What is up, friends? We are back. It is time to get into the spring season. My name is Bullskunk. I am here with Billy, and I am just really excited to get this going. It's been a long month. It's been a long month of waiting. We had a nice winter break. We had January to get our act together. Now it's time to get back on the grind.
I mean, it's finally time. 2 weeks of activation are behind us. Now we're into the games that really count. And we had a little bit of a scheduling error in the beginning. So now we're here with you for our first called game here of the spring split. Is going to be Seneca versus Grand Valley State University. Both these teams new to the NECC here in the Midwest region, Challengers Midwest. So let's take a look and see what these two teams are going to look like as we go into our rosters here. Take a look and see who's going to go ahead and come out and have our way on. First, our control map will start there. But Tech Zen YT Mochi, Andreas Inks, and Canman are going to be in here. We did have the substitute coming in for Rambutan, and I believe Jeff helped me out because our roster sheet broke.
Yeah, I mean we're looking at a senior squad here, all four seniors starting, and then of course you can see Texan is the grad student, so a bit of a more leadership, more composure, perhaps to be expected from this squad. And new to this, new to NECC for the spring split, so I'm excited to see what they bring to the table. Get an idea of what kind of compositions they like to run and what kind of style they have to play. I mean, y'all are going to be learning alongside us, friends, so I'm anxious to get into it. But yeah, let's go and look at Seneca, the team coming out of Ontario, one of our Canadian teams here. Yeah, and this one is a little more scattered as far as ages. So, I guess we're still getting that one set up. I jumped the gun. I'm sorry, producer. I totally jumped the gun. My fault.
But it's still another Canadian team coming in. And I mean, that makes me happy, with my Canadian patronage, my Canadian heritage. I'm always happy to see another Canadian team coming here. Hopefully they will have some success here in the NECC. We saw St. Clair take some hardware home from last season in Overwatch. And I also believe they took one in Rocket League as well. Here in the NECC. So I saw their Twitter page. I follow so many esports programs now in universities and colleges. Every time I get to see them put something up, the Saints from St. Clair, kind of repping the Canadian brand there. So I'm very happy to see yet another Canadian from the Great White North. Bonne journée et félicitations. So happy to see you.
And apparently, we had a little bit issue with our roster screen from Seneca, so we'll just go ahead and read it out. It's going to be Uri on the tank to start things off. We'll have It's Panzer and Jotty are going to be your DPS players, freshman and senior respectively. And then Lo-Fi is it. Babaton, who's typically their other starting support, not going to be here for this opening match. I had some other conflict in Night Leader, so they are going to have a sub in the support role. We'll see how big an effect that has on their gameplay today.
I mean, both these teams coming in here new. We'll see what kind of a scrim schedule they had. We'll see how they work as a 5-man unit. Right now, the way that Season 3 has started off, tank options have expanded. Ramatra is no longer the dominating force that he was in Season number 2. So that's the big thing right now. Changes to Mercy. Some people say it's a nerf. Some people say if you're actually a Mercy main and you know how to play her the right way, it's actually really good. The big buff to her is the increased healing when you are underneath 50% of your hit points. The healing just goes burr at that point. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing if we do have that come out. Also looking at Ball. Ball has really showed up big here in season number 3. So I'm expecting all the Hammond mains to come back out of the woodworks.
And I mean, we've had some time to play on the new patch. Teams have had a chance to get a couple of new looks and kind of decide what they want to run, how they want to utilize some of these changes. Be it a boon or be it a detriment to the character. We shall see how they get utilized. The Hammond one, I think, is the most prominent of the buffs, and it has definitely put the hamster back in the forefront. A hero that has not been strong in Overwatch 2 traditionally was quite strong in the original 6v6 game, but this is kind of the first time we've seen Hammond enter the meta here in our 5v5.
Oh, and I mean, already right out the gate. First thing coming out from the Canadian squad, the niceties. We're known for being nice, and they said, good luck, have fun. So, well, I guess it was Grand Valley State that said, welcome and good luck and have fun. So it wasn't a Canadianism, it was them thinking and welcoming their Canadian competitors into the server. So we will see what we have coming out here. Grand Valley State are going to actually be in the blue, and Seneca are going to be on your red side, and there it is, the swap going over there. I mean, Reinhardt has been very strong as well right now. I will mention that, especially if you are pocketing with either a Baptiste or an Ana, really has shown their colors here. I'm looking forward to seeing yet another Rhine battle.
All right, gates are open here on our first map of Lijiang Tower. The spring split has officially begun here in NECC. And, well, it's GVSU who are grabbing early positioning in White Room. Gonna give them a lot of control of this map, and it's the Rides going in early. Focus on the tanks in this matchup. Whichever Ride goes down first could be in a lot of trouble. And with the Reaper out of the battlefield, well, it's traded out, but yeah, losing that Reaper was just too much of a detriment. Moshi's able to get that kill in early, and GVSU will grab first control.
Well, I mean, we see the substitute coming in for Babitan. It is going to be Cyboro Slayer in on the Kiriko. So right now, burst healing coming out from Mochi is able to overwhelm Seneca, and they get first capture here. Now, the Reaper into the Junkrat. Junkrat's going to be able to displace, and looking at the Symmetra being obviously slowing of the turrets, you're looking for Photon Barrier once ultimates come online. From
Seneca, and is in trouble once again. The focus fire strong here from this GVSU squad, and they're just going to start driving everybody else back. 3 people from Seneca able to retreat. They reset for another try.
The Reaper just might not be a very good option here. You're looking to try and get the backline. The backline is way too mobile for him to get a lot of work done on that, so that's what we're looking at there.
90 to shatter. Came in. Scatter charge. Has to back up a little bit. Very low on health. Doesn't want to go down so close to Earth Shatter and give up this valuable positioning, holding the choke. And the Ant Matrix will keep Seneca at bay for the moment. A fire strike through that does 200 damage once again. Jotty feeling the brunt of it, and GVSU Blue already above 60%.
I mean, Shatter v Shatter fight coming in here. Both tires are ready to go. The big thing right now for Seneca is if they can get this Kitsune rush, they can rush the point and take care of the business.
Mind game to the Shatter coming in. It's, to me, a sound barrier that's too late to save Panzer. And GVSU are just going to kite away. Now we're spawned with a sound barrier of their own. They're looking to turn it around. Uri drops down the Earth Shatter. But the Immortality Fill from Mochi on point. Came in, almost bit off more than they can chew. But thought twice, it ends up backing up. Tire destroyed by Inks immediately. Kitsune rush out, trying to escort Seneca in for one last chance, but they run right into the rip tire of Inks and meet their demise on the approach, not even able to put a toe on this point. And it's going to be a clean 100-0 here for GVSU Blue.
I mean, that's just a DPS difference. I think that, you know, with the combined shield break power of that microwave beam, once it gets up to level 3, it just completely melts poor Ari's shield as he tries to make the approach in. And then you're looking at the Junkrat damage as well, also aiding in that shield. And the ability to get into the back line without having a lot of risk to it, using those concussion mines to displace Lofi and Cyboro Slayer. So, You know, for Seneca right now, I think you need to make a bit of a change. They're looking at more of a dive coming through here if this is going to stay true. There is the infamous ball rearing their head here. Double Genjis, though. So, I mean, you might be able to get a lot of work done.
Farah coming out from Johnny and Seneca to accompany Uri, who's going over to the Winston. They're going to grab this pole position first. Do we have to worry as Andreas has moved around to the outside? That concussion blast is going to send 2 off. Johnny immediately turned this fight around as they send bow supports down to the depths below.
Andreas does get a little bit of work done there on the backside, but still gets taken down by the focus fire from Panzer on this Tracer. Much better showing here for the Canadian squad. And looking at ultimates, I mean, it's Johnny. Just got almost 40% of their ultimate with that double boop off. So we're looking to see how they're going to answer this. Inks now going over to the Soldier. You've also got a Reaper on the board.
And one of the changes to Farah, I believe she gets her ultimate a little bit faster. Definitely going to light up quick. Andreas went in ahead of the team, goes down early. Not quite in sync here with Camman as they look to pounce onto this backline. Camman trying to chase the Tracer around, but things going down. GVSU are out of DPS options, and well, they're out of lives here on this point.
I mean, not quite done yet. Still a little bit of posturing here, and Camman actually looking for more. Oh no grapple him. Wait, did he save it? Did he save it? No, he did not.
No, he was too low. There's still that invisible floor, and despite the fact that the grapple was out and Camman was swinging, it still just went too low off the map and ends up being considered a death. Bit of a reset, and Camman's going to use this opportunity to switch to a debuff.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get in the sky and contest the fair. I would like to see one of the DPS go over to the Echo to try and answer the threat in the sky, but Faraj and Pulse Bomb both coming up in this fight.
Yep, see the barrage immediately online. Came in his head on a swivel. Andreas falls on the approach again. Pulse does just go slightly to the right. Defense Matrix gobbles up most of that barrage, but it's still a lot of damage coming through, and the rest of Seneca are able to clean up on the back of it. They are one fight away from getting 100-0 in their own right.
I mean, this was just disjointed too. Once you saw Pans or Andreas get booped off once again, they really didn't have the wherewithal to be able to focus down Ari, and Ari got a 2K in that fight. So now you're looking at both support ultimates here. The Primal will be able to take care of him through another boop.
That one was on a Mochi, so they're able to hook the wall. But Lo-Fi drops the sound barrier, and that's enough shielding combined with the Kitsune Rush. And Seneca have the power of sound and the power of the Fox that will allow them to take this one in a clean 100-0. Just nothing that the Lakers from Grand Valley State can do.
I mean, that is a answer back if I've ever seen one. And, I mean, you know, it was the personnel. We've seen 2 maps now where personnel were just completely unable to take care of what was being countered against them. So now, as we head to night market, I fully anticipate to see the Junkrat and Symmetra combo come back out from Grand Valley State. The Lakers had a lot of success on Control Center, especially with it being more brawly. But, I mean, Jotty got a lot of work done on the fair. Yeah, they go down in a heap, but they got the work done.
Yeah, sacrifice yourself to the cause, as any good teammate would. Johnny's Far absolutely created a lot of issues, started forcing changes out of the Lakers, and they just never quite regained their footing from the first initial fight losses. Camman going back over to the Reinhardts, even go engage into this brawl battle. Johnny sticking with the Far. It's going to be a quick teleport onto the point. Panzer was trying to rush on there, took some damage and had to just recall out. With the Symmetra, GVSU Blue were looking to set up, just plant their flag here and not let anybody onto this point. Murray takes a bit of damage trying to poke in. Seneca looking for any entrance onto this objective. But they're taking a lot of spam fire, and GVSU slowly but surely are pushing out and just mowing over Seneca.
Yep, I mean, this is once again a personnel difference, and I mean, they get the full value. I mean, being able to take the point pressure immediately and start repelling Seneca was everything they needed to get on the point. I think Panzer's going to have a very hard time here with those Symmetra turrets slowing you down. You're expecting the mobility to get you in and out and around and trying to get into the back line. And, man, I mean, Jotty and Panzer are going to be so coordinated here to, you know, maybe work the concussion blast and get them into the line of sight of Panzer.
Focus from Jotty is on the back, while K-Man is keeping Uri at bay for the moment. Uri, oh, just gets melted along the outside, and there's that level 3 beam you were talking about. As Jotty's health bar just vanished before your eyes. And GBSU Blue, their stalwart defense shall not be broken on this attack.
Absolutely won't. And I mean, we're looking at now what 40% and counting. Changes need to come through, and we do see Lo-Fi going over to the Lucio, so we're gonna have more speed going in. Jotty over to the Soldier 76, so more pressure onto the shield, being able to take care of some mid-range shots.
Seneca kind of
Oh,
putting all their eggs in one basket. That was a long-range helix to take Inks out early. K-Man charging out with an Earth Shatter. Throws it down to find 2 in the back. Now, those both supports on was Jotty and Cyborg Slayer that fall to that one. And despite an early loss, Seneca Esports are starting to bring this back. They found Mochi, but Lo-Fi falls and they're out of options. They've got to back out. Uri, ooh, that was almost disastrous.
well, I mean, it'll be extra ult charge here, and I mean, we're heading rapidly towards last fight here. GVS Blue, their composition just far more superior to what Seneca are running right now. Panzer needs to go in and be able to take care of the back line. And I think, you know, with the pulse bomb, being able to get into them, that's a huge pick, though.
Jotty once again finds first pick. Sound barrier from Mochi in response. And the Lakers are pushing out. Inks finds a pair moving in. And now has sights on Uri. Lo-Fi throws down a beat in the last second, but only 2 people get it. Uri did not receive the sound barrier, does not have the time to press the primal rage. And Seneca Esports are out of options here in our 3rd sub-map. It's all 100 to 0s for all 3 of our sub-maps. It is Grand Valley State who take it in the end. 1-0 lead in the series here for the Lakers out of Michigan.
It's just got to be a recognition of a composition as you come in for both squads. We saw it happen on Gardens that went against Grand Valley State's game plan, and Seneca gets the value out of that. But here, once again, I mean, 3 straight 100s to 0, and it goes all 3 maps. This is going to be a competitive series. I'm really interested to see now what happens when we go into our payload or point-based maps. We'll see how it's done. Jotty, I mean, that was a hell of a helix rocket that came through from them. But still, we're looking forward to seeing, you know, more of the traditional Overwatch now. Control's out of the way. I always count it as an outlier, so we'll just see now what do these 2 teams have to offer as far as looking at hybrid, escort, push. If we get there, we'll see. We'll see what these 2 teams have up their sleeves.
Well, I think we've gotten a little bit of a hint of what they like to run and where they're strong. Seneca knows now that, well, the brawl from Grand Valley State is on point. They're coordinated. They have a lot of aggression and the good use of push and pull, and knowing when to go in and use their resources to get aggressive and find the early picks without overextending. So it's up to Seneca, I think, here to kind of respond to that. Clearly, Jotty had a great Pharah, but they tend to lean towards the Winston from what I saw in our first 3 submaps.
Well, I mean, hybrid will be up next. So if I'm remembering correctly from the fall split, I believe there's a ban system in where
Correct.
they ban one. And then I believe loser will pick the map, if I'm correct.
Yes, indeed.
And then the winner will pick what side they're on. So, I mean, hybrid, I'm going to think that we're probably going to Kings Row, especially based upon seeing, you know, the double Reinhardt duel on Control Center. Already has a pretty good Winston too, though. So there are options here. We'll just see what we finally decide to get out of the maps. And, well, GVSU have banned Blizzard World as our first hybrid map ban of the new spring split. So, I mean, it doesn't leave very many other options open. I'm going to think that we're going to Kings Row.
I mean, Grand Valley State are crossing their fingers that Seneca picks Kings Row. The way the Brawl battle played out, the way the Reinhardt matchup played out on Control Center, I mean, it tells me that, I mean, that would be right in Grand Valley State's wheelhouse, and I mean, that's exactly what has been chosen. Seneca will take us to the Classic. We're headed to London for map number 2.
Well, I mean, I expect a healthy diet of Reinhardt's here. The one thing that I want to see come from Seneca here is a little bit more in the way of burst damage. You had double hit scan in the Soldier and in the Tracer at points. You had the Pharah and the Tracer. So if we're going to stick with, you know, a traditional hit scan, maybe going in with the Cassidy having a little bit of extra utility, a little extra mobility with the roll. Deadeye is still a great shield breaking ultimate, ready to go, especially if you go on a flank. There's lots of room to move around the map. So I want to see a little bit more variety. The Tracer is just getting beamed down, especially if we keep seeing the Symmetra come out here, which seems to be a forte of Grand Valley State. You can absolutely hold a point with Symmetra if you manage your turrets in the right way, make sure they don't get taken down in a hurry, and have it always on a replenishing cycle. That's going to be just a death match here for Seneca. They need to really figure out what their identity is here. If we go the double hit scan, I don't think the Tracer right now is working, especially when you're going up against a Baptiste. You hear the "I'm going for it," and you just put out the immortality barrier. Takes the full value out of it.
Well, I will say, Tracer is more commonly used in control maps, less so when we get into payload side maps, style maps. So, Seneca could have something else up their sleeve. Again, new to NECC here in the spring, so we don't have a lot of history to go on. There's not a lot of precedent for us to be able to speculate on that. But I do kind of want to circle back around to the Cassidy, because I think that the recent buff to Cassidy could prove really valuable. Adding 10 meters to that range, adds a lot more room for where the Cassidy can be truly lethal. So it could potentially creep back into the meta. And, of course, it kind of comes back to what kind of hero pools our DPS players have. What kind of hero pools Panzer and Jotty have up their sleeve.
Yeah, we'll see. It's all a waiting pattern right now, figuring out how they're going to deal with this. I think Grand Valley State, they're going to be emboldened by their success with the Reinhardt Can-Man, providing the Reinhardt energy that we all love and adore. So we'll see if they're able to bring that to bear once again on Seneca. Now, are there more tanks in Ari's map pool? Well, we're going to find out here very shortly. Looks like we're going to get the Reinhardt mirror once again, though, Jeff. And, well, there we go. We see Seneca showing us double hit scan once again. A little bit different, and I think we've got the teams messed up again. Grand Valley State are actually on the offense here, and yeah, Seneca are defending.
We're in this together.
GVSU chose to attack here, headed into map number 2. They're on the right-hand side. I think it's important to note also that Can-Man is listed as a DPS player, going in strong on the Reinhardt early. Immortality field, perfect from Mochi. She's able to just narrowly keep Can-Man alive as they back up, regroup, launching a fire strike, and get an early pick. With Lo-Fi down, this is the go side here for Seneca as they push on to this point. Dancer's still in the back, throwing shots down, but one kill is not going to be enough to stave off this aggression.
No, I tell you what, bringing the Cassidy to bear in here for GVSU is a stroke of brilliance, and it was kind of what I was hearkening into, is that that extra 10 meters really does add up, especially when you're contesting a point. Now as we head into the streets, lots of flank angles here for the Cassidy. The stun grenade or the magnetic grenade. Once it locks onto a low HP target, it's 120 DPS when it lands. So that's not a small chunk of change coming out from a health force.
Early shots, really utilizing that 25-meter range onto Ari, and Johnny fills the brunt with those magnetic grenades you were talking about. Oh, that is just showing the explosive master what you got up your sleeve. Giving them a taste of their own medicine as Can-Man and Aints are now just sprinting forward with reckless abandon into the back line of Seneca Esports.
Poor Lo-Fi didn't have anywhere to go. Tried to climb the wall and just had nowhere to go. Panzer is getting these little exit kills as they move through, but then they run out of their cooldowns and they're just murdered in the interim. And now it creates a little bit of a stagger situation. Jotty going over to the soldiers, so now you're going to have a little bit of extra spot healing as well. The one thing that I'd like to see here, honestly, is bring out an Ana. I think the nades would be a huge boon for Seneca, and now they're going to have to go into, they're running into an Ant Matrix.
Oh no, but the Ant Matrix gets turned around. That's not what Mochi wanted at all. Deadeye out from the back. Immortality Field to protect the front line so they can hold down the fort and try to get to this last 0.96 meters. Shatter gets nothing from Uri, and Panzer up now moved into the high ground on the opposite side. Canman just throws out a gargantuan hammer and flattens the defense. Grand Valley State pick up point B.
Oh my lord. I mean, this is a speed run right now. We have not seen Seneca able to set their feet. And just because of the pure aggression coming out, it's unadulterated. It's everything that you want from a main tank player. Like Cadman using Tech Zen on the Lucio right now, just speeding into fights, getting out when they need to, and just keeping their tank alive throughout all of this.
Texan listed as the tank player from the info that we have, so that Lucio knows intricately how to protect their Reinhardt and speed them in. I'll learn how to talk here one of these days. That aside, Andreas down low, in deep. Oh, had the overclock, but just got caught behind enemy lines, and it's going to be a reset here. The first fight win for Seneca on the defense.
I mean, finally. And then we're at 4:40 on the clock here. They have, just the foundry to get through. So, Tap Visor from the previous swap from Jotty. Pretty good ult generation there for them, but they're running into an Amatrix once again. That's a better placement.
Ooh, immediately Andreas makes use. That's two. Looking for the third. Inks is going to find that one to TPS. Landing accurate shot after accurate shot. Here's Andreas, picks up their third in the fight. A clean team fight kill. This could be done and dusted. It's going to be a scramble to get back.
Oh no, I mean, Jotty comes on and has Tac Visor in hand. I mean, Mochi, they have the lines of sight all ready to go.
Oh no! The counter pin puts Uri into the deep below. They're gonna have to hang out with the Omnix as GVSU are celebrating in the Foundry.
I mean, 2 seconds short of basically a 0 deficit in their time bank. That is pretty emphatic coming out from Grand Valley State. The Lakers putting on a tank clinic right now, and Seneca are thinking, what do we do to stop this juggernaut that has approached our server? So, I mean, looking at options here, I think that, honestly, an Ana would do a world of good right now. Just to give them room for pause, make them kite away. Make them get away from the aggression and make them take their foot off the gas pedal. Antis, yes, they can be cleansed, but if you're running in with this Baptiste and Lucio duo, you don't have the cleanse. All you have is the immortality barrier, and that's on a pretty long cooldown. You'll get another nade if you happen to pull it out. So I think that maybe a little bit of a support change here would be just the world of good here for Seneca. They're also running with I mean, this is kind of wonky. Let's see if they stick with this.
Yeah, the offense has 15 seconds to change this around. It does look a little wonky right now. No changes out of GVSU. Grand Valley State are going to stick with this brawl comp, of which in Brawl versus Brawl, GVSU have dominated every single time so far here in the map and a half that we have seen in this series. Seneca do look like they're running out the door here with the Air Force. Double flyers in Echo and Farah.
I mean, they're looking to get immediate pressure. They're looking to displace people with the concussion blast and get them away from the healing. So there it is coming out. Direct's coming through.
GVSU kite around. Inks going in. Wanted to flank through Hotel. Couldn't quite land that one, but Andreas finds Jotty in the sky. But with Canman falling, this is a disastrous turn. GVSU are sticking around in this fight. See if they can just trade it out. Suzu use of themselves won't keep Cyborg Slayer along for long. And Andreas is just picking up a room. They've got a presidential suite here in the hotel.
Well, I mean, looking at Ari right now, just loaded to the skies, full charge, 95 and counting. They bring the Winston out to counter, and they're getting the full value of it.
That was a great hold. I mean, Sans Reinhardt, no tank, and the defense of GVSU are not dismayed. I personally, I was like, man, they're not retreating. They're not going to regroup. No, they stick it into the fight, thick and thin. Andreas is still putting down tons of fire from this Sojourn. Johnny looping around, trying to push back the Hotel, but Andreas pops him out of the sky once again. The rail shot on point, clocks the far right between the eyes, and the Hotel still belongs to the Lakers.
I mean, you mentioned it, a presidential suite. Well, right now, Andreas is the president and is vetoing everybody out of the server. having a wonderful time doing it as well. They did use the amp matrix in that last fight, but they still have sound barrier here as Seneca makes their next approach.
And you're happy with that. One ult fight to fight win, that is brilliant for your macro, for your ult economy. So that you can just keep cycling through and always have a tool like the sound barrier to counter this Graviton Surge that's coming out. Immortality used as well, but it's Kamen moving forward, pushing out, and Dreas with the slide shot. That was filthy, and follows it up with a good one onto Cyborg Slayer to boot.
I mean, they're good at the game. They're absolutely good at the game. They get 4 in that fight, and sends Lofi just scrambling back to get themselves healed back up in the interim. Already going over to the Devo. We've got Panzer out on the Widowmaker now, so they're knowing that the bubble, once it's used, they're going to have abilities to get headshots.
Jetty off the Pharah. Sound barrier used aggressively here from Seneca Esports as they try to move in. Look for room to throw it on this Kitsune rush. They want to wait until they can circle around and put it into the backline behind Hotel, but they got to get past this Deadeye first. The defense matrix will gobble that up, and oh, but Mochi, it's the support coming through. Mochi picks up 2, and she just flattened it. Seneca was doing so well, and they get just mantled by Mochi's Baptiste.
I mean, Mochi has really been a star in the server. Also getting the D-Mech onto Ari. Now that's going to be a stagger situation. They just go ahead and leave. And they've decided that, preserving life is the better part of valor here. Jotty now over to the Junkrat. So swaps are coming through. They're trying to counter this out, but it's just pure aggression.
We're going down. That was so beautifully calculated. They leave the Pilot Diva alive, and then just as the fight's about to break out, Can-Man pounces. And Seneca Esports, they just can't push. It's more time off the clock. This is going to be their last chance.
I mean, they did take out Inks in the fight. So, I mean, unless you're getting a taxi service going through, they put walls up, they know exactly where they're coming from.
It's going to be the Kitsune Rush trying to run past the Ant Matrix emoji. Fans are already down to this fight. Uri's in deep. And it seemed like GVSU were trying to focus down the DPS coming through. Jotty throws out the tire. No, point blank railgun takes the tire out. And it's another tool just falling with 0 value here from the attacking squad. Johnny's got to fall, self-destruct out. GVSU are able to retreat. No, Texan goes down. Texan not able to make it into Hotel. But there's still an overwhelming presence here from the defenses, and Dreas finds 2 with the overclock. And it's Uri just running away. The overtime will vanish. And it is a full point hold. A full first point hold, that is. Here for Grand Valley. Incredible defense. 4 minutes on the clock on the attack. I knew they were crossing their fingers for Kings Row, Billy.
I mean, they got the full value out of it, too. And I'm looking at Andreas right now. Absolutely lit the server up. There's that slide that you were so very fond of, and just, followed up with, just a regular charge rail shot. Even after the overclock is dissipated, still getting the full value out of it. So right now, Grand Valley State in their premiere are absolutely having a blast right now. It's back to the drawing board for Seneca once again. And right now, it's aggression. They've got to be able to counter the aggression. I think right now, I'm going to say it again, I think an Ana right now would do them a world of good.
What a debut. What a debut from Grand Valley State. They are putting everybody in the Challengers Midwest Division on notice. This is going to be a team to watch moving forward. Well, this brings us to halftime. We're going to take a quick little intermission. When we come back, we're headed to map 3. We've got more NECC on the way. Seneca, the squad out of Ontario, opted into the brawl matchup as they picked Kings Row for map number 2, and I think they're regretting that decision right now, Billy. It was not only a full hold on point A for Seneca's attack, but Grand Valley State also capped with nearly 4 minutes left in the bank. A very one-sided affair.
Yeah, so we've got some changes coming in. We're heading to Escort next, and already we see that Junkertown has been banned. And Tom has come in for Lo-Fi on support, and Lo-Fi is now going over to the DPS role. So some role swapping up here for Seneca. I'm trying to give a little bit to do here for them. Maybe Lo-Fi will be able to get a little bit more work done in the DPS department. But we'll see what's going to happen here as we look and find as we take a look and find our Escort map coming out here. No Junkertown, so I mean, if I am Seneca right now, I think Route 66 might be a way to go. You still have to worry about the hit scan prowess of Andreas, but I think it gives you a little bit more option to roll with. If you want to play Monkey here, I think that you can go to Dorado. That would be a good spot for there, because I mean, Ari does have a pretty good Winston here for the Challengers division, so we'll see. And there's the confirmation. It is Dorado that we are going to, Jeff. So I anticipate to see the Ari Winston come out here. Might see Wrecking Ball come out here defensively for Grand Valley State.
Entirely possible. And with Seneca making changes, I mean, this early in the season, you know, we're talking about how Lo-Fi is moving from support to DPS. Yep. This is the time to do it, you know, especially with the team that's new here in NECC. You know, we're in week 1. There's still lots of season left to go. So now is the time to kind of make these adjustments, kind of figure out where you can best find your rhythm. And going up against this tough, you know, Grand Valley State squad, I'm excited to see them, you know, not just stubbornly stick with something that's not working, but making some changes in hopes that they can find a vulnerability.
Yep, and I mean, Tom poops a lot. I just noticed the full name. Oh, That's a good name for a support player. So we'll see Lo-Fi bring out the Ash defensively. So you are going to have quite a bit of damage coming out there from the Ash. High ground is going to be at a premium for GVSU as they come out, and Camman is going to opt into the Winston here, apparently coming out. But Ari on the Diva did build up a very quick self-destruct. Got some value out of it as well. So there are options here for Seneca. Let's see how they do defensively.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of stock in Lo-Fi on the Ash, bringing in a player that my guess would be is a dedicated Mercy player. Make that swap, and Tommy is going to play the Mercy and bolster the damage coming out from Lo-Fi up top. So a lot of weight on these DPS of Lo-Fi and Panzer to get early shots down and little GSU before they close the gap, and they're not able to do it. Immediately came in and Andreas move up top, and Lo-Fi is gone in the blink of an eye.
I mean, that was all predicated on the dive that came in from Canman, getting that bubble down, getting the pressure in on top as well. I mean, they were just done before it was over, before it was started. They had a really good dynamite that came out, so that was about it.
Mochi able to pick out the newly changed Mercy. I've been really impressed with Mochi today. Mochi has been phenomenal on the Baptiste, and we're already seeing some early prowess on the Ana. I'm excited to see what else they've got.
I mean, the big thing right now for Ari is that you're going to have an extra eye on this Ana, because anti-nade's coming out is going to really effectively reduce your ability to take fights.
Defense Mage is probably the best tool for negating those. But yeah, I mean, you've got to be aware. You've got to always be clocking when they're out. And here we go. Dive up to the top from Canman. Cyborg Slayer goes down. Bulk of the healing gone. Well, at least a large portion of it. Andreas kill, and GVSU are just keeping Seneca off balance. They cannot seem to stabilize.
I mean, the other thing right now is that Tom has gone over to an Ana, and there goes the anti-nade coming in. So, I mean, this is a good start for them. And, you know, maybe they'll be able to really get themselves into gear here with this change up in supports.
All right, well, that does answer my question on hero pool. We're seeing a couple of different look here from Tom, who's almost got a nano online already. Everybody is super low from Seneca, though. Andreas is just dashing through. There's the Primal Rage onto Lo-Fi. Lo-Fi almost got out. Oh, the sleep is just a moment too late. The jetpack damage hits before the sleep connects. Came in, wakes up, and takes down Panzer to boot.
Just got the squash Winton pancake right there. Came in. The sleeping giant actually kills poor Tom there, and I mean, Nanoblade should be up here in this fight. Nothing really defending it. They do have Bob and self-destruct, so they got some tools here.
Got some high ground. Inks wants to take that away. 2 in deep as the blade is unleashed, and 2 drop from it, looking for the third. The Wraithform is out. Tom can't escape, and Seneca can't even find a safe haven in their own spawn. GVSU are chasing them all the way home.
I mean, we're at 5-10 as we're rounding the corner here. You still have self-destruct and both support ultimates here for Seneca, so they should be able to make a stand. Big problem that I'm looking at right now is that Inks almost has their tack visor on. Once you deplete that defense matrix, it's done.
All right, let's go up to the high ground and see if they can just cut off this attack if it needs. We do have the Kitsune Rush out. Self-destruct will get bubbled. No damage there. Lo-Fi receives the nano boost. It's the attack visor from the high ground. It took too long. Inks was able to get that ult online and just mows through the entire defense. This is going to be a better time bank than we saw on Kings Row. 4:33 left in the bank.
This, I'm not sure this might not be just a class difference, and I'm not saying any disrespect to Seneca Esports right now, but GVSU are playing on a completely different level than Seneca are right now, and I mean, they've got to be banging their heads against their keyboards right now. Like, how do we stop the steam engine that are the Lakers?
Well,
Michigan.
If we were worried that they were just one-trick ponies with the Brawl composition, they've just shown us a completely new look here on Dorado and looked very coordinated and potent on this composition as well.
I mean, looking at Canman, and once again, Andreas, who has a secondary vote for MVP for me here. Mochi right now is still my MVP of the match so far. But Andreas being able to bring out the Cyber Ninja, and being coordinated in their dives, going in and taking down not only Lo-Fi on the Ash, initially, but then following up behind it and seeing Motion being able to take out the Mercy pocket, in pursuit. This is a very well-oiled machine right now, and they are firing on all cylinders. They're going to have their own damage-boosted Ashe here up on the high ground.
Very quick decision-making, very decisive play coming out of Grand Valley State. And it's exemplified when you see it in the dive, and you can watch all the heroes just pounce on one target. Seneca pulling out a dive of their own here as they head on the attack. See if they can have similar luck with this composition.
I really want to see how they interact here going in. I mean, Suzu had to come out early from Cyborro's Slayer to keep their Winston alive.
That was a very quick attack. Seneca wanted to get up there and try to keep GDSU off balance. Now it's a race to see who can kill the backline. Lo-Fi actually finds Andreas first. K-Man finds one, but Lo-Fi pulls up a pair with the Genji. And Seneca Esports are able to win this first fight and get a little bit of momentum back after that crushing defense.
I mean, it's a good start for them, and now they just need to build on the back of it. Pace their time, bide their positioning, and then go in as a full coordinated fight.
Like this is already doesn't want to stick on the high ground. Drop down low to stay safe. Oh, Lo-Fi gets popped. The moment that deflect, that was just like a frame perfect rail shot to the head. The absolute split second the deflect goes away.
I mean, big anti coming in from Tom. And, there's a bit of a time here where they could have actually turned that around. But Inks, once again, we've seen the hit scan prowess today. We've seen the Junkrat prowess. These hero pools are deep for GVSU.
That gun with the damage boost just sounds so mean. That's just up a nightmare fuel. In comes Uri. Do they have any backup? We're going to drop the bubble early. Cyborg's like I teleported up there for a second. Swift step specifically. Get my vernacular correct, and is still up here, able to stick around thanks to the help from Cyborg Slayer, and it gives enough time for Lo-Fi to get some work done. Each falls down on Main Street. Texan in a lot of trouble as well. Pekka onto that Mercy could be good as Tom is able to find that kill. It could be good. Yeah, that was a very confident statement for me. It is good. It is darn good. That means no res. Caveman and Andreas don't need it. They're still able to claw their way back into this thing. Seneca with a wonderful start, but they're not able to close it out.
Oh, Ari's going to get... Oh, my goodness. They absolutely pursued that down. They knew they had their mobility cooldowns ready to go. Now, it was a little... I call it expensive. You put the Primal out there, Cam-Man really matching pace with Ari. But, I mean, we're coming into a 5 ultimate fight here for Seneca. If they're going to win this point, it's going to be in this next fight.
Nanoblade is the one I'm keeping an eye on. I suppose I could use it. No, yeah, it's going to be the Nano out onto Can-Man as well, though. Lo-Fi into the back with the Katana unsheathed and chops through two with one slice of the blade. Nice mechanics coming out of Lo-Fi to open this thing up once again, but we saw this before. Can they close it out once again? Inks and Can-Man are able to turn a 3v5 into a victory.
Well, but I mean, they're hiding back right now, getting back to their healing arms. See Seneca bringing out the Lucio now, so they're looking for a little bit of mobility. Pans are over to the Tracers, so they're going to be looking to dive the very vulnerable back line of GVSU.
GVSU are right back into this fight, though. You're succeeding in taking down Inks at the very least. We're getting Andreas, too. So, no DPS left standing here for the defense as the Kitsune Rush is invested. Uri very low and anti-nade, so the purple could be disastrous. K-Man sticking around in this fight. Inks is back and has the Mercy there to help boost him up. And Seneca Esports decide they need to reset. K-Man and Inks are going to take advantage to find some late picks.
I mean, K-Man popping the Primal there just to get the exit kills. I mean, get that immediate 1,000 hit points into boot. So, I mean, they use that just to vacate the point and push Seneca back. They've got 5 seconds, Jeff.
No one's going to be able to touch. You can't make it from there. Nobody's going to touch cart. They just... Well, I guess they relinquished their fate.
They accepted their fate?
They accepted it, yeah. Knew that it was too much of an uphill battle. GG's in chat all around. A dominant performance from Grand Valley State.
I mean, this is what we're looking forward to from our new member in Grand Valley State. I'm going to be watching with very big eyeballs here, eyeball emoji in chat for everybody, because that was pretty darn dominant coming from them. And they really showed their class tonight. What a debut for them.
Impressive. Very impressive. And I think I will have to mirror the Mochi player of the match, if unofficial, just from us casters, but she did a phenomenal job, be it on the Baptiste or on the Ana. Spectacular performance that really bolstered the whole team. And, you know, when your supports are playing of that caliber, the entire rest of your team looks good. Special shout out to Andreas, though. That Sojourn was thoroughly impressive. And I look forward to seeing more out of this team in general. An incredible debut indeed.
Yep, and I mean, Seneca, you know, this is a learning bridge for them. This is a building block for their season. Lo-Fi did come in and saw some value in the DPS department, so maybe you work on the back of that. Tom did build up a pretty fast nano as well, so you got options. I definitely want to take a look and see what the scrim schedules are like for them, and make sure that they, you know, they go back, they watch, they see maybe where they were out of position here and there. And really, I mean, bringing the Ana in did net them early gains. So I think that maybe incorporating into what the new meta is starting to coalesce into might be a way for them to go.
Well, that is going to do it for our first match of the day here on this channel. We do have a couple more matches coming up. And in the interim, we're going to get a little sneak peek over at the other stream. Got a few Legends matches going on the B stream. So y'all enjoy that as we wait for more NECC Overwatch. We'll see you back here in a few.
Each of these teams, I think, has 8 members on their team. So, Ottawa Garnet gonna start out with Nut Goblin, Ice Volcano, Gurgs, Norman, and Supreme. And piggybacking off what I just said too, each of the roles for this team in particular has redundancy, right? So they can swap anybody out in any of these roles if they feel like there's gonna be a better fit, given the matchup they've had so far against Ohio State or the map.
Yeah, exactly. And getting into it, right? First week, actually, for us as well here at the NECC, first games, in fact. So a lot of expectations need to be set and met before we get into the later stages of the season, right? So, to that point, I think we're also going to see, perhaps not day one necessarily, but the growth throughout the season is going to be a big part of this. And definitely the expectations here are. There aren't really any set right now because of the fact that it's, day one for us. And so really, I think that there isn't much pressure for either team coming into this.
That's true. This is, and again, we talked about it before, but given the fact that we're hot off a fresh new patch, right? So there's going to be a lot of experimentation. There's going to be a lot of poking and prodding in a way. And the team's figuring out exactly how they want to move forward. But let's take a quick pick at Ohio State. Gonna be starting out with Eski, Lava, Nami, Performance, and Farthy. Once again, this team a lot of variability, a lot of room to swap people in and out, a lot of redundancy. In this case, though, Lava, the only one who typically plays tank primarily. Sockdology, who is not a part of this opening lineup, going to be the flex player across all 3 roles. So, definitely still a little bit of redundancy, a little bit of variability, but more so they've got one player who can just slot into any space and do everything, anything that comes to mind, anything that the team needs.
Indeed. As we get started for map 1, of course, of our... Well, first to 3, it will be Oasis as our opening map. And, taking notes from our previous game, we saw a lot of, mobility compositions come into play. The most success, in fact, found on those Wrecking Ball looks. And, we haven't really found our biggest winners from this patch, right? We have, our sample size is pretty small, right? Here at the NECC, having been just 1 game on this stream. I'm definitely interested to see how these 2 legend squads end up reading, sort of the map geometry or sort of the meta composition to kind of take forth. And if it's, if there is a singular meta composition or if it does play into, stylistic preference more than anything.
That's true, and I anticipate these teams, they're going to run out with the stylistic preference, at least to start, and then kind of take stock of things, see if they need to make any changes. Going to Oasis University first means that we're likely going to see a lot of Brawl coming out here, and that's being reflected at least a little bit, at least somewhat, in the picks that we are seeing at the moment. Lava is going to be on the Ramatra, so starting out with definitely a more brawly look for Ohio State, whereas Nut is at least on the Wrecking Ball. The rest of the composition doesn't necessarily scream that hyperdrive that we saw before, but certainly aspects of it.
This is, of course, going to be the indoor map of University for our opening phase, so a lot of close quarters available, and indeed, it looks like that is going to be the thrust of the compositions at play. Going to be the Orisa versus Ramatra, and Ohio State Scarlet definitely have the advantage should you get in close, but certainly easier said than done as you Ottawa Garnet takes this mini health pack control.
Ottawa just kind of cutting away from the damage at the moment, letting a little bit of time expire so they can get back some of their cooldowns. Nut Goblin just taking a bit of damage there, not necessarily too quick to get out of that damage, just helping Supreme and Ice Volcano build towards their ultimates. Both Kirikos at this point kind of matching each other in terms of ult percentage, and doing so very, very quickly. Lava going down relatively low, though, forced to back off just a bit. Supreme try to get in a little bit of poke damage, while Nut Goblin once again just kind of keeps point at bay. A lot of damage comes in. Supreme forced to use the Suzu to make sure their team stays alive, but it's not going to be enough to save Nut Goblin, and with that, Ohio State takes first control of the point.
The big thing about this composition of the Ramatra is that the win condition, or sorry, the window of sort of engagement is the Nemesis cooldown, right? That is the biggest sort of utility you have as a tank, and while Ottawa Garnet was able to force it out early, they weren't able to capitalize on the cooldown being used, and so Ohio State Scarlet were able to turn around the fight in their favor.
Tsune Rush coming out from both squads. This time it is going to be Ohio State Scarlet getting the lion's share of the kills, but Ice Volcano with a huge environmental kill. This means that Ottawa can actually push back in. It's looking even, 3 members from each side. Now it's going to be Nami taking a lot of damage, forced to back away and give up control, or at least some percentage towards control, to University of Ottawa Garnet.
Straight up, that fight was won entirely by the Lucio, and this next one opens up with the elimination of the main support, and Nami out. Means Ohio State has to play this really slowly. They don't have the HP to really contest this.
Performance almost gets a little bit of work done there, finding a lot of damage through that overclock, but never enough to really get a pick. So reset happens. Ohio State has to try it one more time, but this time they've got a few ults at their disposal.
They do. I mean, you'd expect the Annihilation to kind of be the opening gambit, right? It's kind of the biggest tool you have available to you. And Lava taking so much damage on the entry. It's a good rotation, though. Nemesis brought forward. Expect the Annihilation right after it wears out.
Rail shots coming in from above. There's the sound barrier from Ice Volcano. It's going to make Lava think twice about using that Annihilation. Does come in eventually. Nut Goblin with the sustain, with the Terra Surge to try and stay alive right there. Sustained through that Annihilation. Eventually does go down, but big push out onto the point, starting with that pick onto Norman, is going to give Ohio State the point once again.
It's actually relatively calm, or measured, I suppose, response by Ohio State Scarlet. They don't over panic once the Annihilation gets nullified with the Terror Surge. They actually just kind of bide their time and don't spend, which means they'll be able to mirror this Kitsune Rush as Ottawa Garnet has switched over to a Ramatra of their own.
Supreme lets loose with their first Nami response moments later in kind. Deadeye from the flank. Gonna cut Ohio State practically in half. Performance does get a consolation prize and a pick onto Nut Goblin, but point flops back into Ottawa's possession.
That consolation kill actually is going to end up being a big difference maker because it opens up this overclock here, and there's no defensive utility to stop it.
Just as quick as Ottawa gets the point, they are losing control of it once again. Excellent play coming out there from Performance.
Yeah, that's an overcommit by Ottawa Garnet, not respecting the lethality of the composition that Ohio State is bringing to the table. And, I mean, they lose presence on the objective that they didn't need to. Now, I mean, last fight, Terrigen, Ottawa Scarlet doesn't have anything to really take control of this objective.
Last fight territory here for Ottawa. They have to come away with a fight win here, and a great way to start it off was with a pick onto Eski. 95% and counting. Lava gonna fall shortly thereafter. As long as Garnet plays their cards right, they will be able to take control of this point and stave off defeat for at least a little while.
Still, this is not great because they haven't turned the fight back in their favor, and this is just progress that is not being earned to their own ability to close it out. And with that elimination onto Nut Goblin, I mean, Ohio State Scarlet can walk back in, and Performance nearly another overclock. The last one was so big at winning out the fight for them.
Beautiful sound barrier coming in from Ice Volcano, allowing Garnet to just push onto a point with impunity. Norman striking with the Death Blossom right after everybody was grouped up and cleared because of the Deadeye from Gurgs. This is now last fight territory for both squads. Farthy coming in with a big pair of picks. They've got the Death Blossom, but they're taken out. Now it's going to be dueling annihilations, but Ottawa Garnet able to turn this around. Nami not there anymore, and Ottawa, in the end, will take the first sub-map.
Very, very scrappy opening round, though, from both our squads. I think there is absolutely elements of risk being taken by both teams that perhaps if reduced would not actually, you know, make them less capable of winning the map, would actually elevate their win percentage opportunities. So very, very curious as to, if those extremely bold plays get dialed back here in the second round, because that was a very, very close opening gambit.
It really was. Both teams played extremely well. I think recognizing a lot of the opportunities that presented themselves. We've got a much different look coming out now from both of these squads. This is, since we are here on City Center, they're recognizing the map geometry, the layout of things. They are going for the full-on dive. Big difference, though, going to be NECC on the Wrecking Ball and Lava with the Scientist, with Winston in tow. This high ground being hotly contested at the moment, but Tracer, Farthy already on the point, seeing if they can gain a little bit of map control that way instead. NECC has dropped down. Now taking a look at that backline, Suzu's got to come through, ensuring NECC doesn't get any of that juicy ult charge. Forced to back out, almost cost them their life, and in fact still may, as they are not letting up. Because of that chase, because of that overcommitment from NECC, Ohio State will take first control.
Yeah, you need to have a little bit more of the roll through from the Wrecking Ball needs to have more disruption on it. We actually didn't see the fireball placed the fireball mode be applied to the Wrecking Ball on that engagement, so there was no damage for Norman to kind of follow up on. And I mean, Ohio State in the neutral, meaning when they're not actually using any abilities, just have more damage throughput than what UAuto Garnet brings to the table.
Goblin once again taking quite a bit of damage. Ohio State has done a great job, I think, of focusing them down, making sure that they're not getting a lot of value. But in the meantime, Gerg's opening things up for Ottawa. Ohio State gonna try and stall this out as long as they can. Lava on the point now with that big health pull with that shield as well. Point does eventually flip over, but and in fact, Lava does go down too. So this is looking pretty good for Garnet at the moment. Performance trying to get a little bit of work done though with that overclock, finding a couple of kills, and as it flipped, it is looking to go the other way once again.
Very much a seesaw in this respect, and UAuto Garnet not respecting the lethality of some of the characters that Ohio State Scarlet has at their beck and call, and sometimes overstepping their bounds just a little bit. We saw that in the first round, and yeah, again, shows up. Gerg steps too far forward, and the railgun gonna continue to put pressure.
Yeah, Performance has really had just about free reign here so far today. That's almost been really the difference maker in a lot of these cases. An excellent duel there from Farthy. Norman just caught completely unaware. And right now, Scarlet is looking good with 4 ultimates, though Ottawa Garnet not too far behind. Gerg's is going to get theirs.
Yeah, execution is going to be of importance here. Can't overspend. And you're looking at perhaps Farley to just kind of close things out.
And here we go, every support ultimate on the board in play at the moment. Death Blossom from Gerg's going to be booped away. Excellent play there from Ohio State. So not going to find any value from that, but NECC does eventually get a pick. Pulse Bomb going to be a whiff this time from Farthy. Norman still holding on to theirs, desperately trying to find a way to both stay alive and get some of this damage in. Ohio State looking primed to take this sub-map, though, as a pick on the NECC means things are going to get a lot harder. But big strike back there from Norman, chunking down a lot of lava cells. It's not going to be enough, though, but here comes Performance once again with the rail shots. They've got the overclock, too. And in fact, they're going to be able to come back in, secure this point, and even this at 1 sub-map apiece.
Compositionally, I think Ohio State recognized where their win condition lay. Didn't overcommit in this round nearly as much as they did in the first one. Perhaps some first map nerves coming, under their control here as they move into the third point. And even with UAuto Garnet switching over to the Winston, they didn't have, it was a little too late. They didn't have time to actually execute on an engagement, get into the backline, lay down a bubble, block off healing, isolate a target, and take them out. And Ohio State Scarlet, snowball their early advantage into a round win. We'll see if they can convert that momentum here as we head into Garden for our third and final sub-map of Oasis.
Both of these teams opting to, again, stick with this more dive-based composition, or at least dive-based tank. Ohio State Scarlet with a little bit of a brawly look, considering they've got Farthy in tow. Both teams now meeting on that high ground, always hotly contested. Very, very important for them to get control of it. NECC once again going down low, and that's kind of been a recurring theme here. That's causing them to have to give up a lot of space here, go back and use some resources to try and stay alive. Supreme doing a good job pushing up, out on top, forces the teleport out of Nami as well, who has gone down low. Another engage onto this high ground. Point is open now, so somebody has to keep presence at all times. Nut Goblin does go down once again. Performance, again, going to be the difference maker here over and over. Ohio State really rallying behind this Sojourn player right now.
Here's why we're seeing why Sojourn is still a mainstay at the upper levels of gameplay. The mobility, the sustainability of the character, and the burst damage that you're able to provide makes you a threat in the mid fight, right? Performance has, since the second round, really been sort of a difference maker for Ohio State Scarlet, and now as they reset, UWater Garnet has to find a way to sort of shut down this Sojourn from afar.
A lot of pressure should be put on them by Nut Goblin, but once again, they go down, unable to get away from Parthy, who picks up another pick in the meantime. Gergs looking for something on the high ground, but is going to be forced to back out. This is going to have to be a quick regroup.
Yeah, that fight ends because, Supreme gets isolated, has to use a Suzu and, Swift Step on in inopportune times. And while that's happening, Nut Goblin's burst down by Farthy. So, a combination of just damage throughput on the front line and the separation of the back line means that Ohio State Scarlet deny UWater Garnet, progress towards its objective. And we're now at that 60% marker.
Dive comes in from Nut Goblin, going to be booped away off the high ground. Norman gets a little bit of damage in onto Eski, but it's not going to be quite enough. Take that back, though. Rest of the team coming in a big way. Kitsune Rush doing a lot of good. Farthy tries to turn things around with a Death Blossom, but is shut down.
That's a big Death Blossom for them, actually. It forces the Primal Rage from Nut Goblin, right? That is meaning UWater Garnet has no resources anymore. And Ohio State Scarlet, barring, a miracle play from UWater, have this fight. It's not a question of does Ohio State Scarlet win this next one. It's how much do they spend to take the point back in their favor.
Gonna start off with the overclock. That's gonna be the entering salvo. Nut Goblin once again just having a terribly difficult time staying alive, and Performance again just has free reign to take shots at whoever they like.
And that is a disaster territory for UWater Garnet, right? That cost essentially nothing for Ohio State Scarlet, just the overclock. And now, in final fight, UWater Garnet are hoping Norman is able to pull out magic from this Death Blossom, because Ohio State has every tool they need to shut down the sustain of the sound barrier, the damage throughput of the Kitsune Rush, and this should allow them to close out the map here and now.
Kitsune Rush gonna start things off. Here comes the sound barrier as well. That's gonna allow them to get incredibly aggressive here. Death Blossom coming in from Norman. Doesn't get the value they need. Shut down, as a matter of fact. 98% and going. Ohio State gonna be putting the finishing touches on this map, giving them a 1-0 lead to start off this series.
And even with the fumble, with the double support ultimate, the lead simply was too much economically. In the final stages of Oasis, is Ohio State Scarlet will take that first lead of the series. And alas for UWater Garnet, this one play that was a turnaround simply was not enough to close this one out.
Oh, beautiful boop right there. All indications were that fight was going the other way, but yeah, just heads up play. These things can turn on a dime here in Overwatch, and that's a great example of it. A lot of good stuff, though, from both squads. So I'm enjoying this matchup so far, and I'm really looking forward to the next few maps that we're going to get to see. But the adjustments came in very, very quickly for Ohio State, and it yielded great results. And again, performance was fantastic. And I think what I want to see and what I'm hoping is that Ottawa can enable Nut Goblin maybe a little bit more to just try to put some pressure on Performance, because with them unchecked, we know they're going to find kills.
A lot of that comes down to the fact that you open up with a Wrecking Ball multiple rounds in a row and just can't get the composition moving. Forced to switch, right? You're behind resource-wise all the way throughout. And is it really Nut Goblin's fault, that the Winston just can't shut down the Sojourn when you don't have, the opportunity to really build a lead economically, right? So put this way, the Winston tries to, isolate the Sojourn with a leap into the bubble, but by that point of the game, right, the Ohio State had, both support ultimates. Their Reaper was able to use a Death Blossom. all of this and more means that, you know, you're operating from a deficit constantly, and Ottawa Garden needs to find a way from the very first moment of the map to be in lockstep in terms of fights. Was the map close? Yes. Was the fight close? I don't think so. I think the only reason that that was a 2-1 play was because there was one fight where, you know, Ice Volcano was able to reset the economy of the match, of that round via those eliminations of the, you know, the environmentals. And if a lucky play like that doesn't happen, that round also goes over to Ohio State. So for University of Ottawa, this next map is going to be very much, can you keep the tempo of the game at the same pace as Ohio State? Because you need to do that from the very beginning if you want to equalize this series.
And considering they're looking at the tempo, we will be going to a hybrid map next. The choices, I think, are interesting. Right, of course, Kings Row always comes to mind. That seems to be just a classic. We almost always head there at some point in a broadcast. But that's gonna offer just a wholesale shift in terms of the type of compositions you're playing. So, you know, that's certainly an option here for Garnet. Maybe we go somewhere like that where the Winston, the Wrecking Ball, wherever, they're not going to have that same kind of value.
I would also highlight though that the issue coming into this next map, really the favorite is Ohio State Scarlets. Like this is,
yeah,
the ball is in their court, so to speak, not just because they have the lead in the series, but also because it felt like every round was in their control, despite the fact they lost that one round, right? It's less that they overstepped their bounds just a little bit in that opening, couldn't quite regain their footing. But once they moved over to the last two submaps, you know, it very much was all Ohio State. So in as much as the composition that we've been seeing, you know, the Wrecking Ball finding value, I think that in this particular game, right, we haven't seen the Wrecking Ball take over the match the way they need to make that pick viable. And that is really going to be more difficult when you don't have angles of approach that are as, you know, open as Control allows you to be, right? You're not approaching from any you know, point on hybrid, right? There are specific angles that you have to take because of map geometry. So can the Wrecking Ball composition, you know, step forward? Sure. I don't disagree necessarily that it's a play. I just don't think that Ottawa Garnet has showcased that they have that, you know, after first map. Now, with that being said, maybe it's just a rough map for them, right? They don't quite get their footing underneath early. But if that ends up being a trend, they can't be so delayed on switching because they need that resources that they simply weren't able to build, you know, on Control.
This is interesting. I don't think I have ever seen Murloc Island before. This is very, very fascinating. I love production observers. They always find interesting places we haven't seen before. Nutgoblin and Ottawa, I think, maybe recognizing that this dive composition that they were using might not be the play. Swapping over to the Reinhardt. Lava, though, going all in with the Wrecking Ball. And again, performance, that's going to have to be something that they shut down as well. I'm going to be really interested to see if Gergs can do just that. And that's arguably even better. Taking Nami out of the fight very, very early means there's hardly any sustain, any big heals on the board. Lava gonna dive in, gets a lot of shields from that, so they're gonna be able to stay in this fight quite a while. Performance now, taking up those shots from above. By being contested now, Gergs tries to come up. Nice realization there from Eski, combining with Performance to get that kill. So things have turned back in the direction of Ohio State Scarlet, considering Nami is back in the mix as well.
There's one composition that does not suffer from losing their main support. It is a mobile one like this. This might hurt them, though. Damage lost.
Couple of hit quicks. That's going to be for the end. Nami down. One tick on the board now for Ottawa, on the brink of getting that second one. Lava has used the adaptive shield, so they've got a little bit extra health, but not terribly much at the moment. Gergs looking to see if they can get a pick in from afar. Not quite there. Farthing, in fact, taking them out, making sure that sideline not going to be a threat anymore. Opening up, and Ohio State Scarlet, great performance here to lock down this point and secure the defense, at least for a moment.
I mean, the big problem there is that there's no one to really contest the high ground for performance, and there's no one to lock down Lava, right? Like, between those two, look how much damage Lava took in the entirety of that fight. Basically none. And then the free firing from the Sojourn. Sure, there's progress gained, but Ottawa Garnet realistically didn't win that fight. And they're going to need a little bit more explosive performance here. And they didn't even build up any meaningful resources, despite the fact they were in an advantage that entire time.
Big minefield coming in. That's going to be Nut Goblin getting out of dodge as fast as they can. Unfortunately for the rest of Ottawa Garnet, the same can't be said. All the picks come in.
In fairness, that is a relatively expensive fight for Ohio State Scarlet, considering that Ottawa Garnet uses, well, nothing. Both the minefield and the pulse bomb. Still, you're expecting the sustain here, coupled with the coupled with the overclock, to kind of burst through whatever Ottawa Garnet kind of brings to bear. I mean, I expect Ottawa Garnet to rush to the point where the Kitsune just fight on, try and get that last third. I mean, that's the expectation here. You kind of just need to brawl on the objective with your superior health.
Gonna be taking the high ground under their control, seeing if they can dislodge performance, forcing them into maybe a little bit more difficult position. Norman is ready with the Deadeye, looking for an opportunity where maybe people are distracted, not necessarily looking at them. Supreme does start things out with that Kitsune rush, but Nami get a counter with the Amplification Matrix. This time, Lava taking quite a bit of damage. Shatter just misses them, able to kite away as Lava. Performance does go down, so golden opportunity here for Ottawa to take this point.
Tragically for Ohio State Scarlet, Eski's barrier does not reach the majority of the team. They just don't have any HP, right? Like, you're not fighting on the objective into an Earth Shatter with no health to your name, and even with that wasted Earth Shatter, it's not enough to kind of like buy space on the objective. So, not quite the hold they were hoping for, but still a remarkable performance as they break it down to the overtime marker. Ottawa Garnet make a switch now to a Sigma, as Nut Goblin looks to try and control high ground here.
Comes performance once again, but they're going to be taken out of the equation almost immediately. Gerg's now firing away with theirs. Says, you know what, I can hit some rail shots too.
This just sort of is a handshake reset. Both overclocks used. It doesn't really get enough eliminations to be justified as a fight win. They will control high ground, will Ottawa, right? So that's actually a benefit here. Get your hit scans on the high ground, force Ohio State Scarlet to a more awkward setup, but with the payload moving forward, I mean, you expect the minefield here to be disastrous for Ottawa Garnet.
Dropped right behind them on the cart. Right behind the cart, rather. Lava unable to get any picks with it, but a nice zoning ultimate nonetheless. Are they going to be a whiff with a pulse bomb? So now both of the win conditions really kind of out there for Scarlet. But it's going to be a pick either way. Not going to be enough, though, as Ottawa Garnet will eventually take this point.
Farley's going to make a change here now from the Tracer to the Genji. So the last second contest still continues to go through. With the elimination performance, though, you'll have to give it up. And that's a really clean second point for Ottawa Garnet. That's the kind of point they needed, actually, to get themselves back into Blizzard World. And, I mean, a lot of that comes down to the fact they separate the supports from, well, everyone else. And there's no way to heal the people trying to contest. And with that, the DPS can't really get their feet under them. So Ohio State Scarlet will have to go back to the drawing board. And part of that includes resetting your tank as you now move Lava over rather to the Winston.
Farther also onto the Genji is an interesting look too. Of course, performance still holding down that Sojourn as to be expected. Comes the Kitsune rush from Supreme, right though immediately Gergs is picked off. It's going to be a sound barrier keeping the rest of Ohio Scarlet alive through the ultimate from Nut Goblin. Performance does eventually go down, so Ottawa again doing a fantastic job of just pushing forward. Nice accretion as well, going to convince Farthey to back off, back away.
Yeah, just hop around the corner for a second, just in case Cassidy tried to pull the trigger early, but no dice. A lot of ground being gained, though, by Ottawa Garnet.
There certainly is. As soon as they cracked first point, they haven't really slowed down tremendously. Gonna Could be one pick either way, though. So Ohio State Scarlet beginning to find their footing here. Nutgoblin actually able to get out in front of Nutgoblin, push them back quite significantly, but the respawns are there relatively quickly as well.
This is going to be a critical sound barrier for you, Water Guard. They can survive the wealth of damage through put here.
Before Lava can get the Primal online, the damage comes in. Ice Volcano using that sound barrier early means Farthing can now try to get something done with this blade too. A lot of damage going in, but only at the very end finally securing a kill, but it is going to be enough for Ohio State to regain control of the cart.
That overclock being committed is actually very big for you, Ottawa Garnet, because now sort of the favor of the economy swings back in their hands. Expensive for Ohio State Scarlet. So, I mean, for you, Ottawa Garnet, to close this one out, to kind of capture the final round. Overclock, you've got the Gravitic Flux, and the Kitsune Rush. Any combination of these should be able to overwhelm Ohio State Scarlet, and it really comes down to execution now for you, Ottawa Garnet.
He does have the sound barrier ready. Gurg's gone ahead and used the overclock. Goblin not going to catch anything with their ultimate this time around. The Scarlet does a great job of sustaining themselves through all of that damage. They did spend every ultimate, though, but the same can just about be said for Garnet.
Yeah, no, that is a disaster for you, Ottawa Garnet. The fact that they were able to withstand that much damage with just the Primal Rage and the Sound Barrier, and they cost you, Ottawa Garnet, everything. I mean, that was the fight that they had to win. Now they have nothing here for this haphazard dash to the point.
Oh, but Eski going down is a big deal for Garnet. The dead eye that Norman has could be put to great use here, especially when it becomes very difficult for Ohio State Scarlet to try and back up out of its way.
Still, I mean, in terms of a fight winning condition, you're standing out in the open. There's a lot of resources that have to be put in keeping you alive.
Lava goes down to about half health, but does get the bubble out. Performance comes in with a big shot. It's going to be everybody running away. The Deadeye gets nothing this time around. Farthing trying to get a little more damage in, and that will be where the card stops for Ohio State.
I mean, considering how much time was taken off that first point objective, I think it's a healthy perspective gathered by you, Ottawa Garnet. Still, you're perhaps considering the fact that you spent so many resources in a tiny room to get absolutely nothing that may end up coming back to haunt you. For Ohio State Scarlet, I mean, the turnaround is fair play. The same sort of an inverse situation for them, right? Perhaps throwing away that second point defense where they were not able to kind of situate themselves at any point on the high ground is where they, end up worrying the most. But for now, I mean, an opportunity to close the spawn out and get to that 2-0 scoreline.
It really was a great showing, like you said, from Ottawa Garnet and second point. Really able to just kind of cruise through that after he got going. First and third definitely present him a lot of problems, but impetus now on Ohio State. Got a big task ahead of them. It's no easy feat to complete Blizzard World by any stretch of the imagination. But if they can recreate the success we saw previously on Oasis, they are certainly up to the task.
Another tank shown for Nutgoblin here.
Oh, yeah.
This is the fourth one, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
Stage of the game. Still,
Ohio State.
You gotta look for that dive with the the bubble being put down to block the support's line of healing.
Not gonna quite do exactly that this time, but does give Ohio State some nice positioning. Forcing Ottawa off of that high ground. Gonna be much better for them to stage this approach. Lava going into the back line now. Performance realizing somebody behind him. Nutgoblin going down very, very low. Tracer trying to see if they can get something going. Forced to recall, though, which means Performance doesn't have to worry about their safety too terribly much for the moment. Gurg's now hanging on to that mega health pack, making sure that Performance can't fully commit all of their attention to the point just yet. Nutgoblin going down very low, though. If they are demeched, which they are, things could turn pretty rough here pretty quickly for Ottawa Garnet. Still, though, trying to find those first few kills, and there they come. Eventually, the tide turns. Ohio State Garnet takes this first point.
Death by 1,000 cuts there for Ohio, or for University of Ottawa Garnet. Just too many, players taking damage. Not enough. I mean, triaging there is just simply not enough to keep everyone healthy and fighting. And Ohio State Scarlet just better, more damage throughput, right? Especially once the Diva's demec'd. And they're not letting up here, even the spawn, taking down a couple players. Sure, Lava's going to be taken away. I don't think it matters because you still will force high ground control in Ohio State Scarlet's favor.
And in addition, with Nut Goblin getting demec'd, that means it's gonna be difficult for them, at least initially, to defend against this re-engagement by Ohio State Scarlet. They're halfway back though to their mech.
Yeah, but they don't start the fight off with it, and that is the critical difference. You can see UOttawa Garnet has to play very carefully while they wait for their tank to kind of situate themselves.
Mech does come back right in the nick of time, especially considering that this overclock is here from Performance. Beautiful play there from Norman to shut that down completely, and Ottawa Garnet will be able to get a hold.
Kind of an awkward fight there for Ohio State Scarlet. Overcommit the overclock and then get caught. I mean, then a player who has both a Swift Step and a Suzu gets caught by a self-destruct. So Ottawa Garnet end up benefiting from that fight nearly by accident, though their positioning was quite strong despite their early deficit.
There'll be 4 ultimates online as well for each of these squads. Here comes the Kitsune rushes, both on the high ground. Gergs goes down early, so Ohio State Scarlet with an early advantage. It's going to be Lava now clearing out a lot of room, allowing their team to try and focus down any of the other targets that are left behind. Once again, catching Norman, unable to get the finishing blow, but Performance is there to take care of that in the end. And it's going to be a quick reset, I think, from Garnet.
Very much a case of setting them up so someone else on the team can knock them down. They haven't even had to use the sound barrier yet, which is really good because they'll be able to mirror Ice Volcano when that comes through as they try and get in aggressively here. Ottawa Garnet just trying to take a little bit of space on this high ground.
Oh, and the high ground proving to be very useful. Ohio State gonna come back with a pair of ultimates and secure this point. Gonna be going in practically 5 minutes.
I mean, that's a tough place to make, right? You're not able to use the sound barrier to mirror if you're Ottawa, right? And now this turns into a snowball. You haven't got an opportunity to make it to a true, rather 5v5 fight. The one skirmish you've won so far in your defense was more of an awkward misstep by Ohio State than anything else. And another switch comes in as Gergs goes over to the Hanzo. Does this win you a fight? The setup has been really awkward for Ottawa Garnet, and they're simply running out of space to make mistakes.
Especially considering Performance is going to have this overclock coming into this next fight as well. The Kitsune Rush going to be online first. Supreme going to have to play catch up just as quick as they can. Comes the sound barrier, has to be used by Ice Volcano. Self-destruct is going to catch one, but Nut Goblin is down while they were out of their mech. Performance now looking for an opportunity, seeing if this is the right time to strike, but instead opting to just put in a little bit of poke damage and wait until they can fully regroup.
I mean, that Kitsune Rush was used after a player had gone down, and that means that Ohio State Scarlet end up having to reset anyway. That's a big pick, though.
That is. Lava going down means that Nut Goblin's going to be able to control so much more space with their team. Nice shot coming out from Performance. That's going to equalize things, especially considering Lava's going to be back a lot sooner.
I mean, not a lot of space being given up either by Ohio State Scarlet, and as the payload rolls ever closer to this final checkpoint.
Lava does have Primal Rage online. Currently trying to put a little bit of pressure onto the backline. Nut Goblin going down fairly low. Here goes the blade now from Farthy. In the meantime, Performance made their job a little bit easier with another pick. Nobody steps onto the cart. And Ohio State puts themselves on match point.
Excellent displacement there by the front line. Yeah, as we were on board with Dragon Blade 2. And I mean, a lot of this game was coming down to map control, right? Just not able to hold. But this is that one critical fight that would have been essentially a must-win or Uwattoa Garnet, they weren't able to turn in their favor, and the hold comes through. So, I mean, Uwattoa Garnet, they provide an account of themselves, certainly, I think, in certain micro, but overall, it has been Ohio State controlling sort of the main through line of the game, and have, as a result, taken 2 maps to put themselves on match point.
It is going to be Garnet having to take over that main character protagonist mantle if they hope to come back in this series. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep. But before we get there, before we go to what could be our final map, we're going to throw it to a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
Oh, well, welcome in, everybody. My co-host just seems to be having an issue, but it's good to be back here for NECC. It's a new, fresh split. If you've been around here, you know me. It's So of Danum, and slowly getting.
Can you hear me now?
Is my friend dividing with Zero.
Where you go?
As long as everything, it's a new year, but it's always the same problems, right? Dividing.
Yeah, of course. It never ends, the audio issues in the casting booth, but we are back and we are here to bring you what should be two very exciting matches in week 1 of this new NECC Overwatch semester. I'm excited, So Dunham. We've got a bunch of teams that are new, a bunch of teams that are returning, and a lot of questions that are going to be, at least start to be answered as all these teams start their quest for a title once again.
Yeah, and we're going to kick it off here with Clark Red, some more known entities in the NECC kicking it off versus the Niners Black Flame Green team, and they're the fresh face here. So I'm really actually interested in this because in Champions Division, everything's kind of wibbly wobbly. You can kind of get away with some new things, some wild things.
Sure.
And given that we have an old team coming in versus a new team, I'm very interested to see how this kind of collision of sides comes back, because now that school's in session, we'll see if Clark will be schooling the new kids on the block here.
Yeah, and I guess we can talk a little bit about Clark starting off into this series, because they are the returning team. They have a little bit of history in NECC. Last season they played in the Champions Division, went 5-3 overall, ended up bowing out in the first round of the playoffs. So it's like, it wasn't a fantastic season by any means from Clark, but it was definitely a respectable showing and something that they could definitely build upon moving forward.
Yeah, and given all that, it'll be a great litmus test for the Niners Esports here to come in and see not just a team, but a team that made it to the playoffs. They made the cut to that point.
Yeah.
Really does give you an idea of, all right, this is our first year in. What does our squad look like? And how are we going to stack up given all the practice we've had versus such an established in the NECC squad team?
Should be mentioned, of course, that we do have our activations a couple weeks ago to help kind of seed people in the groups. This Niners squad actually ended up going 4-0 in those activations during those 2 weeks. So I think that's a big reason why we see these newcomers brought all the way up to the Champions Division, the second highest division that NECC has to offer. And now we get to see how they play against that level of team. I hope that they are ready for the challenge. Of course, lineups are kind of messed up a little bit, so I'm going to quickly go through the names here. When it comes to Clark Red, we've got Icy Cold, Chromadon, Evo, Demo, Mr. Jellybean, and Lab Monkey. And then on the side of Niner Esports, we have Alpha, Pro, Zaraxanex, Tree, Rush Birdie, Wow, It's Rush, and Prometheus.
Yeah, and the other thing that kind of we won't get to see from that is that Niner Esports are coming in with a very older squad, 3 seniors on the team and a couple of fresh faces and sophomores. So this team is maybe not permanent, but it is going to give them a chance to kind of build and start and show some leadership. Meanwhile, on the other side of Clark Red, they've had a little bit of a rebuild. There's there's a couple freshmen, a sophomore, but this team has a little bit more going on to it. So given all that, they have a little bit of an advantage. However, no one has a real advantage here because with this new patch came a new meta, and people are still trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
You can see that Clark Red is eyeing more of that poke and that ball comp, that ball echo, which, I mean, Ball's really strong right now. Ball got a lot of buffs out of this last patch, and meanwhile, the Niners are eyeing, the Niners are eyeing kind of this back, kind of what we used to see, a Genji, a Sojourn, and a little bit further. So it's still a diveable comp, though. There's still some easy targets for Icy Cold if they choose to go into that. So I'm kind of leaning towards Clark Red's dive and poke comp here, just given that they have a little bit more ability to close the gaps and create the crossfire here.
Alpha better keep his head on a swivel right now, because that is the juiciest target for Icy Cold to go after during this first engagement, as the pile drive comes through and immediately Alpha gets taken out. What a well-executed dive coming out from Clark Red. The veteran team comes up huge to start off this series, and without an Ana, there's just no way you can sustain in a fight. That is a quick first point take for Clark Red.
It was a quick and effective. They did build quite a bit of their ultimate. They're slightly leading in that right now, and Icy Cold will just kind of take a little poke damage, try to get a little healing in. Yeah, this is not a comp that is easy to work, but they are making it look good, and you can see that Icy Cold has been kind of the protagonist for this, setting up these and knocking them down.
Yeah, you can see Rush Birdie is now the one in trouble, gets taken down, but not before Chromodon is taken down in response. That is a 1-for-1 trade, though missing your Mercy is going to put Niner Esports under a lot of pressure right now. A lot of pressure specifically on Alpha to try and keep the rest of the team alive, and there's so many low health bars on the side of the Niners, and Pro is not going to be much longer for this world. As Chromodon's actually gotten in and is going to, get the final kill on the Prometheus. Clark Red should be able to just clean up from this point forward. Losing Rush Birdie early on in that fight, it was just too much damage for one support to keep up with.
Yeah, and they are opting to play a little bit more independently there in the Brigitte, but I still do think that Clark Red just has the raw advantage here. I mean, look at all the ultimates coming online. Chromodon, for all the work they've been putting in, doesn't have their ult, but they have everything else here. The ult economy is just too stacked for Clark Red, so Niner Esports just probably have to dry push this and try to pull out what they can.
Yeah, try and pull out anything you can, but losing Rush Birdie again. Chromodon has been a dive expert from above. Pro has just not been able to put enough hit scan damage onto that Echo to be a real threat. However, you have given Niner Esports a little bit of space, and their DPS are going to start popping off. The overclock from Pro gets a couple, but it is not going to be enough at the moment. Unfortunately, he didn't get enough trades. I don't even really think he got enough ults out either. You really only got the pulse bomb out of Evo.
No, both support ultimates are up for Clark Red, and there's mines too. They're just trying to separate them right now and just create this space, and they will get this as overtime. It's all but secure for Clark Red.
Yeah, the Dragon Blade's gonna come out, but Mr. Jellybean is ready and waiting with the Transcendence to completely nullify that ultimate. Prometheus, however, is trying to do a little bit of extra work here. It's almost up to that Gravitic Flux. If you can stay alive long enough to get that last 5%, that could be the fight turner that Niner Esports have been waiting for. However, Prometheus is losing teammates quickly and is not going to get the Gravitic Flux up in time. It is 100-0 for Clark Red to open the series.
There is only so much the Lone Sigma can do on point, and realistically, Clark Red just had a very good handle. They set the pace, they were able to kind of set up the dives efficiently, and you can tell just by this team comp, they were communicating well across that first sub-map. So now as we go into the very famous Death Pit, it will be a little bit of a different story. I don't think Clark Red needs to change anything. They looked very dominant in that. But should they choose to play similarly, they will be in a good spot. Niners, yeah, I agree with these changes. This is a lot more stable. The Prometheus over on the Orisa will just have a little bit more self-sustainability, and they're even digging deeper into the Moira for just more raw healing. But I'm very interested in Tree here coming out on the Echo. Gonna have to take that duel versus Chromodon, and Chromodon has been very dominant, so I'm keeping an eye on that Echo duel here going into this map.
Chromodon has just been able to get into the back of the Niner Esports team with pretty much no resistance whatsoever. So maybe another Echo in the air will be enough to at least give Chromodon a little bit of pause before going straight for Alpha and Rush Birdie. As is, though, it is going to be Icy Cold taking a little bit of poking, a little bit of prodding onto Tree, trying to figure out their best method of attack. But it seems like Niner Esports, at least for the moment, are doing a decent enough job holding up in that little side room on the Sanctum. Give Prometheus enough time to get a nice javelin throw, but poked your head out on Orisa through just a little bit too far, and Chromodon's going to be able to get that finishing kill. You can only sustain in there for so long before you just have to try and take the point, and you open yourself up to so much damage.
Yeah, it's a reasonable position to try to hold in that underpart considering this comp, but the problem is that that's almost playing into exactly what Clark wants to do. You now have several angles that you can poke from, and they're just continuing to do that here. As you can see, the Sojourn just gets run down. Just continuing. Like, Clark Red is just everywhere. They are totally spatially controlling this map and not giving the Niners a chance to really even enter. The Orisa's probably going to be the late pick here, too. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
You do trade out Evo, so it's not the worst thing in the world, but in a 5v5 environment, losing your tank early on is really hard to come back from. So this is going to cause a full reset here from the side of Niner Esports as they wait for Tree to come back. We do see a couple of swaps now. We do see Prometheus onto the Winston, trying to pull off a little bit of a dive of your own. I will say Mr. Jellybean is somewhat exposed, but does have the Transcendence.
does, and there's nothing really that they need to save it for in addition to Icicle's Mines. So saving it for this Kitsune Rush to cancel that will be kind of in their favor. So Icicle is going to find value with those Mines regardless.
Yeah, and those mines activate just a little bit faster in this current patch. It is so much more difficult to escape, as Alpha just found out. And that is the team kill gong ringing out over Clark Red, 70% and counting, and they're just looking so strong.
They are looking pretty dominant here, and the ult economy matches that too. They have 3 online, both support ultimates plus the Echo. It'll probably be a duplicate Winston for this if Chromon needs it. But I don't think there's much that Niners can really do to answer it. Kitsune Rush probably not really enough on its own.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot for the side of Niner Esports to turn this around. Getting the early kill onto the duplicate form of Chromodon is a decent start, though. It is going to give Niner Esports a little bit of space to work with, but Prometheus has got to get something done here on this Winston. You will lose this 1v1 against the Wrecking Ball just about every time. You need some backup, and Tree is going to offer it with a kill on the Chromodon, but Icy Cold with that Wrecking Ball supremacy. You see why the Wrecking Ball is so powerful, especially on maps that have that environmental kill potential. As Alpha's Transcendence is going to fade, Niner Esports are vulnerable once again. Can Clark Red do anything about it? Well, Niner Esports getting off the point is a pretty good way to end the map for Clark Red. That is 2 100-0 rounds, just about as good as you could ask for from the veterans.
I mean, it's hard to say much about that other than just the team was a well-oiled machine here. There was a lot of Chromodon in the kill feed, but truly the play does belong to Mr. Jellybean, because think about it. With all those Transcendences there, perfectly timed to cover anything that they needed to. The Zen never really was bothered, never really got contested. That team functioned of Clark Red just functioned very well, protecting their backline, being able to dive and communicate exactly what they needed to do going into that first map. Clark clearly put a lot of practice going into this. This almost seems like a patch for them in some ways because of how coordinated they really were. So it's going to come a lot to the new kids in Niner Esports to really turn around and say, all right, what we thought we planned is not going to work here. We now know what we're up against. Let's get our map pick. Let's take a breath and come back, because Clark Red has just looked so in the driver's seat of this so far, and they need to find a way to hit the brake.
What I saw on that first map personally was a team in Clark Red that has kind of figured out what they want to be, what they want their identity to be this season as we head into Season 3 of Overwatch 2, and that is that Wrecking Ball dive-based composition. And then Niner Esports, we saw them being a little more wishy-washy. They've been swapping around the entirety of the map. They're not super sure where they want to go, and unfortunately, that means that Clark... It doesn't really matter if you can play every hero in the game if Clark is just going to be better than you at whatever you play with this specific comp. So yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Of course, Niner Esports do get to pick the map, so that is a very nice environmental advantage for them. They can pick where they feel comfortable playing, but it is going to be up to them to try and find some sort of counter to this Wrecking Ball comp. Do you think you just kind of try and match it with a Wrecking Ball of your own? I didn't really see Niner Esports go for a Wrecking Ball. Or is there some kind of counterplay that you think is doable?
I think there's absolutely a very common counterplay that most people are overlooking. And if you follow maybe some of the kind of growth from this last season, it should be very clear. But the answer is Junkrat. It may not seem pretty, it may not seem flashy, but the answer is just Junkrat. Between your trap that can catch him and stop him dry, between the mines which just burst down and the one-shot potential up, Junkrat took a little bit of a hit here, but of all the different kind of counters you have available between the Cassidy, the Brig, all these different things, like the Junkrat is the most obvious, hardest arguable counter to Ball. So if you know that that's going to be coming, I think you need to play into that, and then also consider where can we force them to not play Wrecking Ball going into this, because it is Escort. There are a lot of maps that can kind of force you off of Ball. There's not as many great grapple spots. And I think you just need to kind of play into those. So I really do want to see something a little bit more bursty come out of the Niners. Their tools are there.
Yeah.
I think they just weren't expecting it and maybe are a little flustered. And now that those nerves are gone, they can kind of get a breath and reset it.
Well, I think Clark are very aware of what you just said as well, which is why we saw them ban Kings Row for the hybrid map pick, and the Niners will go ahead and go on the newest hybrid map in the game. It's going to be Parisio. I think just the fact that this is kind of a newer map and people don't really know what's going on there, maybe as well as they do a Kings Row or an Eichenwald, that does get a little bit more chaos into the mix, which I think does favor Niners Esports as they try. I think more chaos, more uncertainty does favor the team that is trying to kind of figure out an answer to the striking ball.
I think it would work in their favor, and the other part of that is just disrupting the kind of flow of everything, because you can see that the second Icy Cold lands with that Wrecking Ball, there's the Tracer, there's Chromodon, there is Evo right in their faces, and they know exactly what target they need to do. So the other thing I want to see in addition to that is just protecting down a little bit more. Play more into that kind of a bunker style, that more of an anti-poke, anti-dive comp. The Orisa was a good look. I liked those ideas, but bring in a little bit more tools to kind of fight those moments, because you just don't really have you've kind of just been getting bullied by all angles, and really kind of getting yourself into a position of power on the map will do a lot for the Niner Esports team.
It's tough because there's just a lot of damage sources coming from a lot of different directions when it comes to this comp. You got, there's a lot coming from above, right? The pile drive from Icy Cold and Icy Hot, and then and then, of course, Chromodon from the top as Echo. Tracer getting around the side. It is a lot that you have got to keep up with, and it comes extremely quickly when the dive is initiated. So it is going to be on Niner Esports now as we head into our second map to try and keep up with the frenetic pace that Clark have been setting.
I mean, and they have no reason to change anything they're doing. And I say that, but Demo is going to go over the Baptiste, and I do think that that is fair to consider, just given that maybe you are looking to play a little bit further back, a little bit more in safety, and that's fine. The more interesting one to me is Niners back on this Ramatra. They are bringing in the Junkrat, and I do think that is the correct call. I think the Sojourn also provides a lot of space control with that field, and just the burst damage from the Junkrat. If you really want to punish Icy Cold, who's really kind of the main initiator of the problems, this is a great way to do it. Also, just being able to burst down the Tracer in Evo has been really important. So keeping Tree enabled is going to be important on this defense for the Niners here.
Yeah, try and keep Tree in the best position possible. High ground is going to be king here until you can lay down those grenades out on the rest of the team and maybe even threaten Chromodon at the top as well. Of course, look at all this space. They just kind of gave up to Clark Red here. They just kind of decided, you know what, we're going to back up. We're going to try and play around the point, but it's given Icy Cold enough room to get around to the back and try and get some pile drives in on the back line. Alpha and Rush Birdie are in a lot of trouble right now. The anti-nade is down to do a little bit of extra healing, but Alpha cannot do enough, and there goes Pro as well. Clark Red were just given the space necessary in order to set up their dives, and it's worked extremely well. So this should be a point A take for Clark Red.
It will be. It was just so passive. They just, like you said, they gave it up for free, and Clark Red absolutely just took full advantage of it. Even when they were able to kind of surface around and find Alpha, poor Alpha has been the first blood for each of these fights, pretty much. And even when they tried to protect them, it just never quite worked out, and it's showing across the board in the ultimates here again. Evo already has a pulse bomb. That's already, and there's already Pro gone. The fights just do not go in the way of the Niners. They're not. There's just something a little bit off, and Clark Red is finding those weaknesses and punishing them immediately when they know they can.
As much as I hate to say it, it almost feels like Niner Esports is playing a little bit scared right now. And playing scared is never where you want to be in Overwatch. You want to have confidence in everything that you do, even if you're on the losing side of a game. Any uncertainty, a good team is going to take advantage of that, and Clark Red is a good team. Alpha goes down first again for Niner Esports, but in all fairness, Tree is going to trade the Echo out, get in on Evo as well. All right, the Tracer for Niner Esports starting to wake up a little bit. That might be the spark that Niner Esports need to try and turn this around. And for one of the first times so far this series, Clark Red is forced back.
Yeah, I agree, and Tree really was initially on that Junkrat. I was a little concerned we gave that up, but I mean they look very good. That said, Clark Red has ults to commit, and they will.
Yeah. Oh, but nice patience from Tree there, waiting for the Transcendence to fade away before sticking Mr. Jellybean with that Pulse Bomb. And Rush Birdie is actually going to follow it up with a pick onto the Tracer. So, nicely done there from Niner Esports, starting to build a little bit of momentum now, as long as they can make sure Icy Cold doesn't do anything. That was a 3 ultimate fight from Clark Red that got no value.
Yeah, and now the pendulum swings the other way. There's 4 ultimates up on the other side for Niners, so with that, Niners are primed to keep this moving and hold this defense here. They just need to probably save a few ults to try to buy this out a little bit, because they can't afford to overextend here.
That was a massive snipe from Mr. Jellybean, though. A fantastic shot indeed. That might open things up here for Clark Red. That being said, Niner Esports have so many ultimates to use. The second they decide they want to use it, they've just got to go for it now. Here it is finally, the Annihilation Nano Boost combo, but is it too little too late here for Niner Esports? Prometheus is indubitably powerful when it comes to that ultimate combo, but doesn't seem like he has very many friends at the moment, and Prometheus is eventually going to get taken out right as Rush Birdie gets back with the beat as well. That is so unfortunate to lose your tank with that timing. Tree, though, sticks Mr. Jellybean again, has had an eye for that Zenyatta when it comes to the pulse bombs, and this fight is moving back and forth, the pendulum swinging as Point B hangs in the balance.
Yeah, that works in Clark's Red favor, though, because again, now Alpha's in danger and in position to get picked, and this fight has gone on too long dividing. It's just taken too long to get to this point.
Yeah, it has taken way too long. Mr. Jellybean's finally going to get revenge on Tree here. Pro with the tactical visor is going to finish off Icy Cold, but doesn't get much else with that as well. Niner Esports has now pretty much depleted their entire ult bank that they went into this fight starting with. And so while Clark Red does fall back here, I think they can take solace in the fact that next fight is looking a lot better for them.
It cost them several minutes, though, and Tree just continues to press the issue here by helping to find 2. Yeah, like Clark needs to make a full reset. They have just been trickling into these fights for the last couple minutes, and that's cost them just so much time, and in a lot of ways, some ultimates, too. Evo built a pulse bomb in that time, and already it's gone. So now with 3 ultimates up, both support ultimates and mines, it's just going to be enabling Icy Cold for success on those mines. There's no answer for the Niners, so as long as they can get those mines into a decent position and find value, it's an easy situation.
75 seconds left on the clock. Clark Red's got to figure out something soon. The rally is going to open things up here. It's going to push back Prometheus, who did go into that Nemesis form, as Mr. Jellybean has to deal with Tree, and with the help of Demo, they will. With the rally, with the mines, Clark Red will proceed onward. And that is a solid team kill for Clark Red. That might just be Point B taken.
It's kind of swung the other way now, because now we're seeing Tree harassing in the back line, and that kind of pull of attention is so important for the Niners to keep this going. They've been able to kind of bother the opposing back line and finally get in the way, but Chromodon is not having that. So interesting aggressive take here. I don't think it's going to work for the Niners at this point. And just given all that, now that they've fed a couple ults back to Clark Red, there's just both DPS ultimates, and only the Nano on the other side does not look good. Chromodon will get a copy, probably the Ramatra, and that probably means another ult to go with it.
Yeah, that Nano Ramantra ultimate is such a crazy good combination for Niner Esports. If they can time it correctly, it could be the team wipe that they have been looking for here. But you've lost Pro, who have that tactical visor available. Again, a well-committed dive from Icy Cold, and a 2K bomb from Evo annihilates the back line from Niner Esports. So it is going to be a little bit of too little too late here for Niner Esports. You lose the beat, but you do still have some ultimates to use as we round the final corner.
I mean, Nano onto either of those targets is going to be good, but they're trying to set this. There's a minute in the clock, and that will be the copy Ramatra to kick this off, and that's going to be something they have to stop now.
Yeah, Chromadon cannot be allowed to build up that Annihilation, and that is why Pro is powered up and ready to go on it. Chromadon gets taken out, but is still on the prowl in the regular Echo form. Clark Red just has to wait a little bit longer. The mines are back from Icy Cold. You're about to get the rally up as well, and this should probably be the final overall engagement with 30 seconds left on the clock. Pro down early again is going to prompt the Annihilation from Prometheus. Can you stay alive long enough? You have just a sliver of health, and now you have none. Clark Red rounding the final corner here. The rally is going to fade away, but everyone has that nice overhealth, keeping them healthy. As I don't know if there's going to be any sort of recontest. Pro is coming out, but there is just so much pressure from the side of Clark. There is no way that anyone's going to be staying alive for very long. Prometheus has that Discord orb up on him. Is going to doing some spin to win. Gets taken down immediately. The stagger fights go on and on, but what is going to be pretty much a foregone conclusion here, Clark Red do finish the map, but it is an overtime.
And that's important. It's important. That means that Niners still have a win condition available to them. That wasn't a bad defense by any means from the Niners. They were finally able to get control of the pace, and Tree looked pretty phenomenal on that Tracer. Really just able to get in and bother Demo and Mr. Jellybean, and that was kind of the thing we were looking for that was missing from the last game. We saw Chromadon and Evo get into the backline, and that comp is very good at that. So seeing that come from the other side of Tree really shows that the Niners are upping their communication. They're showing that they can make those call-outs to say, look, I'm going deep, let's give our resources to Tree, and let's get some picks in the background. Let's take care of those things. The thing that still kind of concerns me is that Alpha continues to be the target, and that has to be something that they need to deal with, and they're choosing to deal with that by instead just kind of opting out of Ana, and I don't think that's a bad play here. I think given how much of a target Alpha has been for this dive comp, this is a smart play. They'll move to a full dive here, and it is a new look for them, so it's going to be very interesting to see what this answers, because there's not a lot of answers for these dive comp heroes. They are on attack, but they still have to control the pace, and Clark Red has just been doing that a little bit more efficiently in a lot of regards. I do want to keep an eye on Tree here, because Tree has been kind of the leader in the damage, so with Tree going into this on the Genji and kind of flexing in a little bit of a different position, I'm very curious to see how Tree gets supported by the rest of his team to success.
Well, here comes the Niner Esports attack, led by Prometheus on that win stand, and that is a really nice dive. Takes out Chromadon and a Demo, both at the hands of Pro. Very well done. It was almost like a dive death ball. The entirety of the Niner Esports squad just jumped up at the same time, and I don't care how good you are as Chromadon, there's no way you are surviving a 5v1 as Echo. So just as quickly as Clark Red took point A, Niner Esports is going to respond.
Pro heard me talking about how I was praising Tree and did not stand for that, but Evo's back, and there may be a contest here.
Yeah, there is a contest here. A very good contest as well, as the, once again, well-executed dive comes in from Icy Cold and has taken out the backline of Niner Esports. Okay, Clark Red, they don't want to give up point A just yet, and they will not. They are a very fast team. I don't think we have talked about that enough, but Icy Cold can get all the way back from spawn in the blink of an eye, and because of that, Clark Red manages to hold on, which is 2 ticks lost on point A.
It's 2 ticks, but they also did the thing that they're used to doing, which is pulling attention and splitting and making them kind of figure out where to go. So Icy Cold will pull a little more attention here, and again, just continuing to pick apart this backline is so important to Clark Red's success. Will continue to do it.
Yeah, Rushbird, he gets isolated, is under a lot of pressure, but the support is there from Alpha to keep him away. But there is the pulse bomb from Evo. Takes down a Tree, which was huge because you were getting pretty close to the Dragon Blade there. Pro, though, is going to try and pick up here with the overclock. Gets a few shots in the Icy Cold, but that's going to be about all you get from the overclock in that case. Icy Cold sitting at around half health, but a nicely timed Transcendence from Mr. Jellybean is going to get you right back up and healthy. That's going to follow that up with the mines. You better be watching where you're running. You might just be running faster with the Kitsune Rush into those mines. Chromadon goes down, followed by Mr. Jellybean, and it seems like Niner Esports are on their way to taking that final pick if Prometheus has anything to say about it. Large and in charge on the point with the Primal Rage. It's really just Icy Cold at this point, trying to stall out this point for as long as possible. And to be fair, you do have a lot of health to do that with. That's just a sliver left before you manage to get away. And this is continuing. You got Chromodon back on the point now. Is going to just keep on ticking more and more time off the clock. They finally get it. But I think it took Niner Esports way longer to win that fight than they were hoping.
That was a very costly fight, not just in the time bank, but in the eco bank too. They had to put pretty much everything, with the only thing holding onto Tree's blade for this next fight. It's going to be a tough pull for them to try to continue this, and again, not getting picked early is going to be important. Just finding some sort of resources for Tree to get value with his blade is going to be so important for the Niners. There's nothing really to answer it short of getting picked early. Chromodon does have a copy up, but that's going to be important for Tree to get this value.
Evo gets the stick on the Pro, so even though the railgun shot comes through, it is a 1-for-1 trade, DPS for DPS. This is still very much in the balance here, as Chromodon looking for more with a duplicate. Here comes the Dragon Blade, and everyone is in a tiny little room for Tree to just slice and dice. Finds one onto Demo, is going to get the second onto Chromodon as well. As the Dragon Blade fades away, that was the turn in the fight that Niner Esports were looking for. With now 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock, they are closing in on the end of point B.
And they do have some support going into this, so they are in a position with that sound barrier to really stop what's coming their way, because there is going to be a duplicate there.
Yeah, here comes the overclock, though, from Pro. Is doing a lot of damage on the Icy Cold right now. Gets taken down. And this is Niner Esports with an aggression and a decisiveness that we really haven't seen from them so far this series. They are most likely going to take point B here, get themselves 3.5 minutes to finish the map about as soon as they take care of these stragglers. That being said, Clark Red don't want to get rid of this yet. That minefield does so much just to split Niner Esports up. And once they are isolated, they are easily taken down by the Clark Red squad. For the second time this attack, so I have called a point in favor of Niner Esports just for Clark Red to come back and get the recontest.
And it probably should have gone their way. It looks like they even committed both support ultimates in that. I thought I saw them there a minute ago, but they must have committed them trying to hold it. And now, because of that, they are behind in the economy. There's 3 for Clark Red, and Clark Red is in the driver's seat here. They're ready to go.
Yeah, absolutely ready to go as Pro goes down immediately in that fight. That is one of your main damage dealers. You can't be losing your Sojourn so quickly. Clark Red now looking to be back in control here. It looks like Niner Esports, that might have been their big chance there to take point B with now just a minute left on the clock.
There's still a bit of a chance here. Tree is coming into the Dragon Blade, and that last Dragon Blade was pretty successful. There's nothing on the other side, so getting Tree into that Dragon Blade as soon as possible is their win condition here, and this has to come. It's last fight, it's now or never, and they need it to be now. Tree has it, this is his moment to shine. They need to enable that.
Yes, their star DPS player has really been popping off this map. Can you do it one more time? Do you even need to do it? As Demo and Mr. Jellybean go down immediately to start off the fight. As, of course, yeah, I mean, at this point, you don't even need the blade at this point. Just thanks to some really nice dives from Niner Esports, as long as you can take care of the stragglers, which, to be fair, has been a problem for Niner Esports so far in this game. It actually is going to prompt the blade to come out from Tree, so you do end up using it to take out Mr. Jellybean. You find a little bit more damage onto Evo. That being said, the mines up once again from Icy Cold is once again doing a fantastic job of keeping all of Niner Esports away. They don't seem to know what to do when you have that space on the point denied. And that might be the death knell here for Niner Esports as they are getting picked off one by one. They had so many chances to extend their time bank, but Icy Cold seems to be the final boss that they just can't beat. And Clark are going to cut this Parisial map short and take a 2-0 lead in the series.
It wasn't as easy as that first point looked, as that first map looked, really, but Icy Cold, again, like you said, has just been the final boss of a lot of this. And I think a lot of that can be attributed to a combination of things. One, the teamwork of Clark Red, just to enable Icy Cold to come in, build mines, and be supported going into it, throwing Discord Orb where it needs to be, following up with the DPS. But the other part of it that has just kind of shown through Clark Esports has simply been that their target assassination has just been pristine. You can see that when they know who they want to focus out and who they want to make a kill on, that target dies. Period. There's no question. And on the other side, the Niners have kind of struggled with that, and we saw it on that first capture point, and we saw it at point B. They could never really just agree who they needed to kill, and that has kind of unfortunately been the story for this Niners team going into this. And that's a pretty good summary of the half as well, too.
Yeah, but I think we did see a little bit more life out of Niner Esports than we did from them out of Nepal. I think thanks to, of course, Tree putting in a much better individual performance than he did on the first map. And then, of course, they did kind of find something that worked a little bit for them, which was this weird kind of mix between the dive and the death ball. It was a dive comp, but all 5 members dove at the same time, basically, and tried to make it a 5v1 in order to give yourself a man advantage in the fight. Is it going to work all the time? Probably not. It's a little bit of an iffy situation. I think we definitely saw Clark do a good job of adjusting mid-map to that kind of play style. That being said, it is something that Niner Esports could potentially build upon going into map 3, which is, of course, do or die for Niner Esports.
Yeah, it's match point now, so anything you do have if your Niners needs to come out, you've seen exactly what Clark wants to do. There's not really been any surprises, arguably, short of a map change where we go to something with incredibly long sight range that may force a Widow or something that a little bit longer lines. I just don't see them needing to change. They have looked very, very secure in this comp and very well practiced, and because of that, the Niners now have to be on the back foot to scramble again. I do think Tree is putting on an incredible performance on both the Tracer, the Genji, these kinds of divey, flanky heroes, and I do think that needs to stay. Pro, I have to shout out, also has looked good on these hit scans, but just kind of falls out a little bit short. I'm still looking, again, for just a little bit more support for Alpha. Alpha's constantly been that target, and they need to do something to protect that a little bit better. That's the lifeblood of the team. Without the Ana, without that kind of main heal coming in, the rest of the team will fumble. So keeping that main support up is going to be so important.
Will we be able to see Niner Esports put it all together, or will Clark get off to a hot start in this season of NECC? We're going to be taking a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be more Clark versus Niner Esports, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to week 1 of the NECC Spring 2023 season. I am Dividing, joined by Sohav Dunham, and today if you're just joining us, we are 2-0 with Clark Red over Niner Esports right now. It has been getting incrementally closer as we've gone on in this series, but Clark Red's wrecking ball-based compositions has simply been too much for Niner Esports to be able to handle so far in the series. And now they have to figure out an answer or else face an 0-1 start to the season.
And considering that this Miners team did pretty well in the activation period, as we were kind of mentioning earlier, they were 4-0. It would be a shame to have such a great run off screen and then immediately come into this kind of first screen and suffer a pretty tough lock like this. But all those things considered, Clark Red is a tough team. This is a team that's practiced. This is a team that knows their comp. They know exactly what their players want to do, and you can see that they've been looking and waiting for this meta for a long time. So match point on the line. It's up to the Miners to come up with something creative for them, because Clark has no reason to bend in any way, and it's going to take something different or creative to really kind of throw them off.
Yeah, it's going to take something interesting, something new, potentially, or maybe you just keep on trying to play those Winston compositions that Niners Esports pulled out a little bit on Perdicio, and maybe that ends up being kind of your bread and butter here if you're Niners Esports. We don't really know. I believe it is going to be Niner Esports map pick. Yes. Once we do get that map, we will probably be going in pretty soon. Do you think there is anything that Clark is going to end up changing? I don't feel like they have a need to do so.
They don't really have like a deep roster anyways. I think there's one other player who's a support player, and I don't feel they don't think they need to change much. They've been pretty strongly in the driving seat. I think the only way to continue their success and kind of get themselves firmly in this 3-0 would be to get Chromadon back in charge. Chromadon was pretty quiet last map, all things considered. A lot of the duplicates just kind of fell short and weren't really able to do much. Did show up in the field, eventually found some picks, but realistically just never really found the success that we saw on the control map. So Clark can kind of give themselves a little bit more of an edge by continuing to build those crossfires and continuing to give Chromadon the chances to shine and go uncontested, in addition to keeping their backline, supported as well.
Now, we do have a little bit of a roster update here from our production. From the side of Niner Esports, going to be Zarax next, coming in for Rush Birdie on the support position. We have mentioned a little bit that the supports of Niner Esports have frankly been getting a little bit bullied by the dive of Clark, so maybe just this change up on the support line might be what Niner Esports are looking for in order to maybe find a little bit of extra stability, or maybe it's just a bit of a specialist pick for the kind of map that Niner Esports are going to be trying to go to, which is going to be Dorado.
Yeah, and given that this is payload or a little bit different from our previous map, I'm inclined to think that this might be something with a double flex support, maybe like a Baptiste Zen or something a little bit pairing. Maybe this is an Ana specialist, because I'm not sure exactly what you're bringing in and out. And given that we saw Birdie was playing more of the main supports, the Mercy Lucio, I'm inclined to think that we're bringing in something to lead in like another Zenyatta, to kind of maybe contest Mr. Jellybean in the back line, or maybe some sort of an Ana player to kind of help with the Winston dive. Building Primal and using that to rotate your ultimates is very strong. So as we go to Dorado, I'm going to be keeping an eye on this pick, because it is fresh talent. This is a sophomore coming in to bring in a little support. So maybe some new blood will help give the Miners a new taste as well.
Yeah, we shall hope so, especially because Mr. Jellybean, if left alone by Tree, has actually been functioning very well as kind of a third DPS here for Clark, has really been popping off and has been finding picks a ton for the squad. So it's going to, if this can be kind of a support player that can rival Mr. Jellybean in the damage category, that would be a massive boost for UNC Charlotte.
Yeah, or if not even that, if we're just going to bring in an Ana player even, that maybe can provide a little bit more strength, maybe just give Alpha a break from being Dove all the time, also wouldn't be the worst thing either. But just someone else that maybe can help kind of bring down the kind of monster that has been Icy Cold, probably can do them a lot. I do say also with this map, that this is definitely built towards their Winston comps that they run to the run. So I do like this pick for them. The other part to all of this is that it is a little bit harder for Icy Cold to run the ball here. You do have a lot of high ground, but it's just more accessible from a Winston or a D.Va as opposed to the Wrecking Ball. That said, Icy Cold clearly has a mastery of ball, so I'd be very interested to see if going to Dorado means that this is going to force them into a different position, or if they're just going to stand strong in what they know.
Ready for battle.
There's one thing I've learned, is that if you're good enough at Wrecking Ball, you can make it work just about anywhere, and Icy Cold seems to agree. Of course, Clark will be starting off on the attack this time around, so Icy Cold does have 30 seconds to change his mind, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that. Meanwhile, on the side of Niner Esports, we see something a little bit more interesting on the defense. I believe this is our first Sombra of the day. What do you think Tree's going to be trying to accomplish with this pick?
I mean, this has to be going back to try to bother Mr. Jellybean and or to play a little bit more defensively. It is an answer to ball. It's not the best answer, but it is a very solid answer to ball. So I do think that playing this Sombra defensively and putting the resources into Tree to follow up, this does provide a great focal point for the Niners to follow up on with Tree. I do think it can work. They just need to keep calling and working together as a team.
Well, we'll see if Niner Esports can put it all together. Of course, they have to put it all together. Down 2-0. A loss on this map is going to be it for the series, and Pro gets dove upon and taken down instantly. Of course, you do have Tree in the back line trying to 1v1 Mr. Jellybean, and will successfully do so. So it is a 1-for-1 trade at the moment here, as Evo is the next person that Tree has his sights on, and that is going to be a successful hack. However, a nice boop there from Icy Cold is going to just kind of take Tree off of Evo, at least for the moment here. However, this Tracer is under some serious attacks right now. Mr. Jellybean coming back into this one, but a nice sleep from Alpha. A little bit of revenge on that Wrecking Ball that has been doing so much work and causing Alpha so much pain this series.
And it's worked in their favor. Tree and these changes are coming in. Thernex has been very good on this Brigitte. More defensive play. Pro even coming in on the board for themselves. So really just keeping them in check here. They're already halfway through most of their ultimates, and the only one close right now is Evo. Evo does have a pulse bomb, but it has been a very impenetrable force just in that backline. So getting in on the back of Icy Cold will be a great team play if they can make it down for Clark Red.
Yeah, gotta give credit to Zeraxnex here. Has been doing a pretty great job in this Brigitte, just dissuading any flankers from the side of Clark. They're having a little bit of trouble accessing the back line for really the first time. Alpha actually is going to, now that Ana has room to work, Alpha is doing work as well. Chromadon goes down at the hands of the Ana player, and Alpha now is up to that nano boost.
Yeah, the nano boost is there. They'll have EMP also, and pretty much several of their other ones. So the Studios are to the side of the Niners to keep this whole alive. They're probably going to nano, maybe throw here. I don't see it going on Sigma, but they need to pair it with EMP.
Tree's EMP should be the go button here for Niner Esports. That's exactly what's going to happen. Zeraxnex is going to offer the rally as well. That being said, it's not enough to keep Prometheus alive. Niner Esports, in a fight that should have been so strong for them, they actually end up losing their tank early, which is going to give Icy Cold the room necessary to pile drive in. Has the mines available if you want to use them, but with Evo doing so much work cleaning up the side of Niner Esports, I don't think it's even going to be needed.
EMP is such a mixed ult. It used to be a very secure win button. Now it's kind of almost a press to respawn button. So with that in mind, Nano, there's going to be a Nano visor up if they can make a touch. That is available, but there's still plenty of answers for Clark Red. Clark Red should take down this point without a problem.
The Nano actually goes on to Prometheus, trying to put more and more damage on, following up with the Gravitic Flux. Chromadon goes down early on in that fight, unable to use the duplicate, at least for the moment. So as that, you're waiting for that Echo to come back, Evo has found Tree, so that is going to be a huge relief on to Mr. Jellybean, unless Pro is going to get into the back like that. That is a little bit unfortunate to take out the Sombra and end up losing it anyways. But Clark, the rest of the team, has everything under control right now. Icy Cold and Evo are teaming up for a deadly combo at the moment, and point A has been taken. It took quite a while, but 3 minutes on point B is doable.
It is, but that ending, again, we hit the end of a run. Clark Red just continues to call their targets and complete kills faster and a little bit better than Niner Esports are able to, and they'll get the point rolling here. That all said, there is a duplicate. Chromodon has been a little bit contested under those, so nothing to support that. And given that there's an EMP on the other line, other side, oh, this is bad for Icy Cold.
Oh, Icy Cold slept again under so much pressure right now, and as more members from Clark try and support their tank, they end up going down instead. Mr. Jellybean doing some work in the backline is nice, but it is not going to be enough here. This is going to be Clark Red forced back, at least for the moment.
Yeah, that was a little like a bad decision. That didn't really got punished, but eventually that's fine. Clark Red now with 4 on their side. They should be in a position with the ult economy to kind of come in. They just need to force Niners out of this kind of hold on mid, and they're going to do it by taking the high ground. I think this is the correct way to go now that they have pretty much all the tools available to them.
Yeah, they should pretty much have anything they want, but Tree gets around in the backline, takes down Mr. Jellybean. So that third DPS, that healing orb, the Discord orb, it's a really key tool in making these dives work. And Mr. Jellybean just has not been able to provide that value as consistently as he's been able to do so far in this map. So 80 seconds left on the clock. This cart has barely left point B.
Yeah, and Tree with an EMP up and the information coming. I mean, EMP Flux is going to be really big. There's a nano coming in too. So, I mean, put it where you need to. Probably goes on to Prometheus. They just need to stop Icy Cold from really getting value with these mines because the Niners have the tools. There's not much to answer on the other side.
Yeah, Demo is glued to Mr. Jellybean right now to try and keep Tree from getting anything, but because of that, Icy Cold now doesn't have very much support, neither does Chromodon, as Pro is going to take down the Echo here. The EMP comes out, but I don't think it was in time. That really should have been used a little bit early on in the fight. Instead, it is something that Tree would like back. Clark Red get the cart moving again with 30 seconds.
Yeah, it needs to be a little more of it needed to be a little bit more surprising and a little bit more effective. It did catch multiple targets, but that all said, it kind of went to a waste here. All there is a lone nano for the Niners that has to find value with somebody here because Clark doesn't have anything. Given that, Alpha should get value with this as long as they don't get picked in advance.
Yeah, they need to get... Oh, no, Pro gets taken out early. You can't be losing your DPS so early. That Tree as well. Now Alpha really can only nano the tank. Prometheus has to do so much work now that this nano is up. Is stuck with the pulse bomb, and all of a sudden, it is just a lone Sigma. There is absolutely nothing that Prometheus can do. And unfortunately, it just seems like in these clutch situations, so if Clark Red continue to come up clutch, and Niner Esports, when they have the chance to really stamp on the throat of Clark, they just end up, they don't think through their fights as well as Clark have been doing.
No, they haven't been able to keep those picks coming and win those kind of duels. Speaking of that, there's that Shapriya duel again. Evo moving in it, was kind of asserting over as Shapriya's moved back, and I mean, they'll push up and take the space for Clark Red. They know they have it. They know they have them on the back foot here. They just need to find some value with it. Now, there is a rally up. It's not a lot, and there's not much it's going to do versus mines. So I expect Icy Cold to find some amount of value, and Chromodon falling is not the value you're looking for.
Yeah, that is a tough one for Clark, especially with 50 seconds left on the clock. You really can't. There's very little room for mistakes at this point. You've got to try and get as much pressure on the point as you can, as much push as you can, before time runs down to 0 here. Give yourself as little work to do on overtime as possible, and Icy Cold is going to do just that with a nice 2K with the mines. Just eliminates the entirety of the backline of Niner Esports. Even though there's so many ults on the side of the Niners, they just have to wait to try and unleash them all in one final fight.
The Clark has been winning on the back of these scrappy last-second fights, but right now Niners just have the ult economy. As long as they commit all of these and get value with them, this should be a stop, and we should see the hold here.
Ooh, Icy Cold slept, Icy Cold stunned, Icy Cold in so much trouble, and Pro is going to finish off the Wrecking Ball. Clark Red using all of the support ultimates to try and keep the remaining members alive, but can they get anything in return? A nice anti-nade from Alpha takes down Mr. Jellybean, and Clark are falling one by one. Clark Red, they did so well to keep themselves alive for so long in this attack. They were running on such short clock the entire time, but this will be Niner Esports stopping Clark just before the end of the map.
The win con is here, and now they understand where they're struggling if you're Niners. So you're seeing that it's getting into these scrappy fights and getting into these longer drawn-out fights just don't work for you. So making sure you play this aggressive take and kind of take the initiative like Tree has been doing, and shout out to Tree, who has been putting in so much work between the Sombra, trying to just initiate and trying to create chaos and pull attention, just like Clark has been constantly doing. They need to do a little bit more of that. So I expect probably Tree to come back on this Sombra, if not the Tracer at a minimum. I mean, Clark just kind of, unfortunately, just ran out of steam. They just didn't really have the ultimates to compete at the end. They had to give up constantly everything to kind of get to the endings of where they were, just to clear A, just to clear B. It cost them everything. So really just playing to that kind of success they had before will be so important, because they need to stop if they want to close this out. They need to find a way to get Tree in control if they want to bring home this 3-0. And because right now Tree has just been kind of giving them the run for the money. Pro moving over to Widow is an interesting pick here. You do have the sight lines. It might just be for the opening picks, but I do think that this is something different that hasn't really been contested, in addition to Chromadon over on the Sojourn. These two kinds of longer range picks mean that the game is changing. We're going to see a little bit more pokey. We're going to see a little bit more space matters play here going into this attack.
We'll see if Pro decides to stick on this Widow past an initial jump shot here. Goes for a little bit, and yeah, you're going to stick on the Widow, at least for the moment, which, if you can hit those headshots as Pro, you did a great job of setting that up. And that there really isn't much that Clark can do, aside from a railgun shot from Chromadon, to counter that Widowmaker and just stay out of her sight line. So, a pretty nice pick here from Niner Esports to start. The question is if they can convert on that with some headshots. Has a shot there on Chromadon, but ends up missing out on it. There's a shot on the Demo. So the Brigitte goes down early. Niner Esports opening up strong. Icy Cold has a lot of ground to make up here as you lose your Tracer as well. And unfortunately, it doesn't matter how good you are at Wrecking Ball, you are not going to be able to win that when you are 2 members down. Niner Esports are rolling through point A.
There's still a chance for Clark Red to come back, but they have looked pretty dominant with this. These adaptions have come in very, very well, and I do like Pro's Widow pick. Still pretty much at neutral. Xeranex is going to likely get this. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
That was fast. 5 minutes and 15 seconds for Niner Esports as they start in on point B. And look at this. Clark Red have been forced off of their comfort comp for the first time all series. This shows that now they have conceded they cannot win on this comp anymore. It's Winston, it's Sojourn, it's Ana, it's new, it's different, it's uncomfortable, I think is the important thing. Clark is uncomfortable right now.
Yeah, and Niners now in a comfortable position on this high ground. They know they have to contest it. Pro finally getting a little bit of pushback, and that's what you need to see. There is a rally up for the Niners. I don't know what it's going to do unless you can bring everybody together here, so I might just go into keeping kind of Prometheus alive in this fight and protecting Agarish's Evo's full spawn that's incoming, definitely.
Yeah, the rally comes out from Xeranex trying to keep the entirety of Niner Esports alive, but Pro is just not in range of it, and the Pulse Bomb is going to take down the Widowmaker. Nicely done from Evo. It's going to give everyone on the side of Clark a lot more room, as you don't have to worry about those Widowmaker sight lines, at least for the moment. Tree is trying to put in work, but ends up getting taken out, went in just a little bit too far. So, as the entirety of Niner Esports that are left are going to back out here, this is going to be Clark taking this fight. And this is actually a pretty solid spot to hold. At the end of point B, there's a lot of high ground to work with, and the spawn room for Niner Esports is very far away.
A lot of these changes and this positional change as well are good for them. Icy Cold over on the Winston, already built Primal, has just been in the face of Tree, and these are the changes that needed to come in. They'll have 3, almost 4 ultimates going into this last fight. Pro looking for a shot, nothing. But those 4 ultimates are enough to really give them pretty much everything they need to keep this hold alive dividing. So not overcommitting will be important for Clark Red.
Yeah, it is going to be very important, especially with this nano boost from Alpha coming in imminently, but not before Chromodon lets the overclock go, takes down Alpha. So there is now no ability for that nano boost to come through that I was talking about. What a beautiful pick from Chromodon. Whether it was on purpose or not, it was exactly what Clark needed to continue holding on a point B.
Yeah, the fight win from the low price of just simply rails is really good. You now built up one to replace it, so you're still very, very sitting well in this economy. You have the space that you now are forcing them to contest, and the Niners now have to make changes. We're bringing in Soldier, we're bringing in what we've got. It's probably going to be a nano flux. It's not great, but it might allow Prometheus to kind of get and clean up their own kills here, because I don't see anything on their side, so Clark Red should continue to hold.
But here comes the nano-boosted Icy Cold here, doing a ton of damage, and oh my goodness, the Gravitic Flux completely whiffs. Prometheus gets no one with that one. Nicely done from Clark to just strafe out of the way of that area of effect, and that is going to be another quick victory for Clark. Niner Esports have been stopped in their tracks. What started as 5 minutes on point B has whittled down to 2.
Clark has been very, very in control of this. Not just the time bank, their own economies too. They are playing and they've gotten control of this. That'll only cost them a nano. So again, they'll have Primal, they'll have Rally, and that's enough on its own to win. There's still nothing on the side of Niners. So again, Clark just needs to position and play smart, and they should come out again with this hold.
We'll see if they will do just that. Icy Cold, of course, can play a little bit more aggressively because you do have that Primal Rage available, and Tree getting up in your face with a Reaper is going to dig a lot of health out from you, but the overall damage from the rest of the squad, Evo, Chromodon on these high grounds has just been ruthless for Niner Esports to deal with right now. It is yet another quick fight win for Clark Red, and now we are under 90 seconds.
Yeah, and Tree, knowing his number was caught, tried to go to the Reaper just to punish again, but it's just no avail. Clark, again, wins just a one ultimate fight. Now they have Icy Cold. They'll have a Pulse Bomb, too. I mean, if they can continue to do this, history should show this should be their fight on just the Primal.
Yeah, Icy Cold now can just knock everyone off of the high ground whenever he wants to, basically. Evo, of course, with the Pulse Bomb, trying to get around to the back, trying to find an open member. Here's the Primal Rage as Evo takes down Pro. Very nicely done from both sides. Icy Cold takes all the attention from the front, which leaves Pro open in the back. And now, once again, for the 4th or 5th fight in the row, the kill feed lights up Red, Clark Red, as they are now just one fight away from pulling off an incredible point B hold and taking the series.
They have been rotating ultimates so well and just contesting and knowing exactly what they need to finish. And the Niners, again, continue to scramble, just trying to find a pick, try to find something value with. They do have a couple ults coming on board, but again, Clark Red just has the positioning. They have the ultimates. They are likely to win here.
Icy Cold, nano boosted, and Pro is so low, is able to get the tactical visor off, but can you get anything with it? No! Evo in the back takes down the Soldier 76, and the Reaper is gone just after. Clark Red holds strong at the end of point B for over 4 minutes, and that is how this series is going to end. Clark Red, the veterans, take down the rookies 3-0.
A strong showing from Clark Red, from a team that we had kind of looked at from last split, a little bit middling in some ways, showing that they are now here and they want to contend. They want to make it not just into the first round of playoffs, but they want to make it all the way to the end. And this has been the incredible team play of just knowledging and enabling. You know, for all the plays that we saw come and go out of Clark Red, Mr. Jellybean has been a pretty consistent play the game maker, and I think that speaks in some ways not just to him as a Zenyatta player, but just in the way that the team has been able to play to allow that. So the teamwork that's come out of Clark Red, just the ability to win on minimals and really being able to know to just trust their skills, shows that they earned this win very, very handedly as they did in that 3-0. So it's going to be a rough start for the Niners, Flame Green, but they at least now have an idea of what's on the road ahead for them.
Yeah, and I think this was a really nice kind of VOD review map for them because they had plenty of opportunities to take point B. They had plenty of chances to get themselves that map win and take us to a push map, but they just couldn't quite do it. I think Niner Esports are a team that are just close to being able to figure it out, but I think Clark, this patch and this, like, Season 3 composition with the Wrecking Ball, it just seems to benefit them so much. They love playing around the Wrecking Ball. They love playing around the Tracer, and those are some of the strongest heroes in the game right now.
Yeah, when you look at the sustain and the ability to set up crossfires and kind of the fundamentals of Overwatch that come in with this comp that really also do need a high level of execution, Clark has shown that have not just the fundamentals of team play, but also the ability to kind of manipulate and play these high level comps. So expect to keep an eye on them in the rest of the season for this division, because this is a team that has shown they need to be watched.
It is a team that's shown they need to be watched. Before we go to break, I want to ask you, so of them, who do you think would be your MVP for the match for Clark?
That's a rough question because there has been no, I say that. It's not a rough question. It's been icy hot. It's literally just icy hot. Between, like, it's not as it would be so easy to say just look at his ball play, but his ball and his Winston play was both very good. It's someone who's shown that they not only understand what the tank needs to be doing in Overwatch 2, but just has the support from the rest of the team to execute. And while I can't hear the comms, I'd probably hazard the guess they were a leading force in the comms as well. So I mean, Icy Hot just played very, very well this game and would have deserved it to me.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. The Wrecking Ball play was what the entirety of Clark Red kind of shifted their gameplay around. And even when they were forced off of it on Dorado, they did a fantastic job of being able to readjust. I imagine Icy Cold was a big part of that, figuring out that second comp and playing it just as well. Clark Red, they are a team to watch in the Champions. It's a Champions Atlantic Division, but we are going to be taking a step down in the divisions, but a step up almost certainly when it comes to the level of competition and how competitive these teams are. It's going to be the Challengers Pacific Frontier, our last game of the day between Sacramento State Gold and the University of Nebraska Omaha Black. So we're going to be going to a quick break until those teams are ready, but we will see you then.
Legends division, and I was being told by people who saw the activation game between these two teams, because they played in the preseason, that it was tight. I think it went all 5 maps, and it was a barn burner. We've had 2 sweeps tonight. I don't think this one's going to be a sweep.
I'd have to agree with you there, Berkeley. I think that we have a game on our hands. I'm very eager to see how they're able to do and fare against Fresno. Fresno very much dominated the Champions division before, and I'm glad to see them, as you mentioned, back in the Legends division. So we sort of kick off into things once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are in a pick-ban sort of style for the regular season, with the first map looking like Ilios.
It's looking like it.
It's looking like Ilios.
Okay. It is Oasis. I knew we were talking about that in the pregame. We are going to Oasis first. You got absolutely Ardivore baited right there, Chase. Did you dirty right there. But yeah, we're going to be headed to Oasis first, and we haven't even talked about how this game is coming in a week where we just got a very spicy patch that came in, and Legends division, highest division of competition. It should be just trendsetters left and right. We've seen a lot of Wrecking Ball. We've seen some Reinhardt. We've seen Diva. A lot's been played. No one really knows what the meta is, but I'm sure these teams are going to show us their strengths right away.
I'm eager to see what their strengths would be, and that's what I've loved about Overwatch 2 is the counterplay. There's so much counterplay in this game, more so than I would say in Overwatch 1, where if, on the other side, if they have a Symmetra, if they have more of a campy composition, right? You can get in with your dive compositions, get in and out if you need to. But it's looking like, speaking of which, we are going to see a bit of a dive composition, kind of an odd comp over on University of Oregon. I say odd, but this is probably what we're going to see a lot of. Kiriko Ramatra is just insane. Ramatra is still very overtuned as a character. The recent nerf with the 22nd ultimate, I don't know if that's going to do much of a difference in comparison to what it has been historically with that character.
No, probably not too much. And right now we do have just a couple of anchor tanks lining up on both sides. Phoenix right now going in on the Orisa. Phoenix actually was one of the best high school players in the entire country a year ago, and now he's the youngest captain in Fresno State's program's history. So Phoenix coming in as a freshman does get killed. The opening elimination is right onto Phoenix as Pyukumuku takes down the opposing tank, but it is a 4 versus 4 as Putter drops to PB Cord, and just the battle for the high ground. This is intense. Neither team wants to give it up. It looks like Fresno's comp has an easier time getting back up there, but Pyukumuku not going anywhere. This guy is just coming out blazing. Full supports down on the side of the Bulldogs, and it should be the Ducks taking the objective first.
I loved the positioning for Pyukumuku and THL underneath that overhang in the middle of point, just kind of allowing Fresno State to get in, move around, and they played the corner quite well. Fresno State coming back with a vengeance, though. Phoenix, as you said earlier, one of the newest players on the roster, could have a bit of trouble when it comes to his mental going into these games. Fresh off the bat, freshman captain. That's a large weight to carry, and we'll see if they're able to carry it all the way to the top.
Well, right now to start off this fight, Putter and Flatline both pick up a couple of eliminations, and it looks like University of Oregon going to have no problem holding this second fight, as it seemed like that one was kind of just an economy fight, and then THL used the Kitsune Rush just to wrap it up even quicker. That ultimate is just so good right now.
Oh, absolutely, and they've nerfed it a few times, but Kitsune Rush still sitting on top. It just has so much value for your team, and quite frankly, it's very easy to build with a Kiriko, considering she has a lot of survivability in Overwatch. I say as THL is able to get the pick on Tsushime.
Yeah, and anytime that one of your supports gets involved in the damage dealing side of the game, you absolutely love that. And like we were saying about Kitsune Rush, that ultimate just seems like it does so many things. Like, you think of Putter with a Pulse Bomb on Tracer, right? Pulse Bomb stick, Pulse Bomb kill. Kitsune Rush is like, let's buff the entire team incredibly for like 20 seconds. It is just an insane ultimate. But now, talk about insane ultimates, they're all coming loose as Death goes up to the high ground with the Dragon Blade, trying to slice and dice, but nothing gets found. That blade was a little bit dull, hoping it was going to be sharp like a bad whiskey, but unfortunately for SDS, they came up empty and they're sent back to spawn. This fight, though, still very even. Venari's able to get the kunai headshot kill onto THL, and Fresno want this objective bad. Can they get it in their grasp?
I'm not sure, Berkeley. It's not looking to be on their side. They really needed to boot the Symmetra off. I digress. PB Cord is able to get the pick on Pyukumuku, and that is going to swap over to Fresno State, which used most of their economy to get that point. UO still has their Sojourn all on deck, so a retake very quickly is very possible, and this might be a fast round one, Berkeley.
And THL's Kitsune Rush not far away. Venari sitting at only 46%, so definitely economy favoring Oregon right now. As Death on the flank, trying to get active for Fresno, try and find something pre-fight, but now we're already underway. Pyukumuku is able to find Tsushime early. Phoenix goes down to iTroll as well. The overclocked hitting here for Oregon Esports. There's another one for iTroll. Can they get a third? Trying to line up that one onto PB Cord, but the evasive Lucio stays elusive still, though, as the overtime wick burns. It should be a fast round one, and you Oregon Esports Green will open up their NECC season with a round one win.
Well, hold on one second. We
No,
got a
I will
wrecking
not.
ball on point. All right, PB Cord was able to touch in time. We're seeing Phoenix deal some damage. Will it be enough time to get the rest of the roster on point? It will not. All right, well, I had the pipe dream. It was there, but swiftly shifted away as UO Green gets ahead.
You have so much faith in a wrecking ball to just like carry a 99 point overtime tick just even in like Legends Division, like we've seen it so much in like Navigators and Challengers, but it gets cleaned up at this level. If it's just a Wrecking Ball coming back in, I mean, there's already no light left in the Lantern. But I like where your head's at. Super faithful to start off the season.
All I'm saying is I did not see UO earlier losing the point to Fresno, and Fresno was able to stick through it with their dive composition. They switch over to the Wrecking Ball on UO. They have the Tracer on deck. They could have made it back to point. It's a chance. There's a possibility. But more likely than not, you're absolutely right. They're going to lose point, especially with the presence of 5 members there. That's going to be a bit tough to push through.
Nuke, just to bring it back to the patch notes we were talking about earlier, there's been a lot that's changed. I know you're a esports program director, so you got to study the patches pretty heavily to direct your program the right way, trying to follow the meta as it kind of develops. We saw 2 anchor tanks. Are we likely to see anchor tanks all the way through? And a couple of other Legends games, we've seen Wrecking Balls with Reaper Tracers. It's kind of wide open right now. I was surprised we didn't really see any dive comp. Really, we saw a little bit of Winston, but more toward the end of round 1.
I think with the nerfs that we've seen to projectile damage, we're sort of seeing a shadow buff to those main tanks, right? So I truly do think we'll see a lot of that this series, and this series until we get another patch, truthfully. But yeah, I think when you nerf the projectile damage, it allows for shields to be a lot more prominent, since we saw the monkey on point, right? And I think that it's possible that we could see some off tanks, but I think you're absolutely right. I think we're going to primarily see your main tanks in this roster, primarily Ramatra. Ramatra just runs through folks still, and they've tried to nerf this character. They're going to need a little bit more tweaking to the nerfs to make it significant, because he is still a force to be reckoned with. And as he says, Berkeley, you will suffer as he has until that.
Yeah, it seems like anytime his ult is popped, I suffer as he has, because it really is just a run-through ultimate. If you can close the distance and he's faster than normal players when he's in Nemesis form, not blocking, he can just run you down. It's very frustrating to play against. There's a few things that counter it, like speed boosting away, hitting a sleep dart, something like that to just knock him back or pause his movement. But yeah, that ultimate is just... it's really tough to counterplay. It feels like you're just running into a wall and losing fight after fight anytime you play it in a ranked. But Legends Division, it's kind of fun because we are going to see some of that counterplay. It's no longer infinite either. It only lasts for a maximum 20 seconds. So changes are coming in for him in the right direction. I don't know if they're there yet either, though.
Yeah.
Going into point 2, another thing we really haven't seen is a Mercy Pocket. If you're on the Overwatch Twitterverse or follow the game subreddit or anything like that, we've heard so many complaints about the new Pocket being overpowered, but watching 4 Legends Division games, this being the 4th, I've seen 0 Mercy. Is she an issue?
I think that she is. I think the new passive is actually pretty crazy. Being able to heal yourself for 25% of the damage done with the Caducer's staff, that's a lot. You just need to heal. Like, you're there to Pocket. And since Overwatch 2 has come out, we've seen a large prominence in Mercy players coming through and overcharging the overclock on Sojourn's ultimate, or even powering up a Junkrat to do a lot of splash damage. I think that we're still going to see Mercy, but I always think there's a sort of a loo after a patch comes out, ult charge, where there are folks testing the waters and wanting to believe that their favorite character is now viable. And maybe we're seeing some of that. Maybe people are just getting tired of Mercy at this division. It's more of a gentleman's handshake. I'm not going to play Mercy if you're not going to play Mercy.
Yeah. And it was really weird, like, following the patch notes closely on, like, Twitter and Reddit and that sort of thing, where Mercy players are very vocal whenever she gets touched. But it seemed like this touch, everyone hated the movement originally, and then was like, wait, her Pocket's kind of insane. No one knows how to feel about it, but everyone is agitated a little bit. We're going to cut to a short break. Seems like we're having some tech issues with the teams here, so we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with point number 2 here on Oasis. Stick around.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, guys and gals of all ages. We are thrilled to be back once more, and the action never stops. Once again, I am Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined here by my handsome dynamic duo, Berkeley Alt-Charge Stevens.
Chase, I love how you let off saying the action never stops, and we're coming back from both teams having a little bit of a tech issue with frame rate on their side, but the action sometimes stops in esports. It is okay, though. Everyone got their problems sorted, and we're ready for point 2 of Oasis.
I mean,
what
action
were we
is
talking about?
subjective.
Yeah, absolutely. There was definitely action for whoever had to resolve the frame rate issues.
Exactly.
What were we talking about before that break? Mercy changes and stuff. Let's just throw that all in the bin. Heading into point 2, is this series gonna get evened up? Because Oregon, it wasn't a clean round 1. Fresno got some percentage, but Fresno was looking a little lackluster compared to what we're used to for them.
Well, I think as well, having technical difficulties can now bring a whole new dynamic, Berkeley, of communication and how teams are coordinating. So I say we just scrap the entire last round, and this round is completely fresh. I think that either team, both comps here are very good. Easy death, if they're able to get some picks here, that could be huge, breaking up this point. As we say that, Tsushime get a quick kill on its roll, and we're going to kick off the point.
Something we see so much too in Legends Division is teams just going full throttle aggression. Anytime that first pick gets taken, especially in first fight of control, you get that first pick, especially onto a DPS, it's time to just limit test. You saw iTroll went down, and then Tsushime just slid straight into the front line of Oregon, just not afraid, having to play fearless going through those picks, and Fresno got the objective first. Now fighting in this corridor on the right side of the objective, Phoenix is trying to just batter and bruise Oregon away, but iTroll in the meantime finds a pick onto Esdef. Now it looks like Oregon wants to limit test with the aggression. Oh, into the pick goes Mewtwo. That is a massive misplay, or was it a boop? It might have been a boop by PV Cord.
Either way, the positioning, you can get a masterclass in positioning from the side of Fresno, and this defense on the right side, they were able to corral, if you will, University of Oregon in that side room. As soon as they got in there, Phoenix was able to drop down some Ramatra abilities, push them back, and the boop on Mewtwo was huge for Fresno in staggering that point. Now at 50%, this fight is going to be essential for the Ducks if they want to take this back.
And Phoenix trying to make everyone suffer as he has, blocking at just 150 HP. Phoenix had to retreat for a minute there. Sound Barrier comes in from PB Court, as does the Kitsune Rush. Fresno State, they don't want to give this up. Both Ramatras fall, and now it's just a battle of squishies. Who's going to hit the shots? Tsushime comes in on the right side as it seems like just a flurry of kills go the way of Fresno. They just were lights out the second the tanks went down.
Tsushime is on a roll this point. Just countering everything that the Ducks are throwing at them. Even the initial kill, watching iTroll dash in, not really looking at positioning, and then getting stuck. That's a very fed Sojourn. That ultimate, that overclock is going to be pretty quintessential as UO comes back with 3 ultimates online.
And they've got to burn those right now, and they've got to find some value. Mewtwo comes straight into the front line, hasn't popped the Ramatra ult yet, but iTroll takes to the high ground and overclocks Tsushime down. That's the Sojourn that's been carrying Fresno through this, and it seems like they can hold on to these other 2 ultimates, which is great that they got that value out of iTroll's overclock.
I also love that we're seeing Putter now switch over to the Cassidy, a character who you could argue it's buffs, maybe just changes to the character overall. Interested to see how this plays out, especially with the new combat role mechanics on this character.
And it seems like Esdef now on the Cassidy as well. Cassidy can play at a very similar range with Ashe and Sojourn, which was not the case just a season ago. Cassidy was in a very weak spot, but now the long-range poke, it's effectively 30% better than it was last season. Running into some trouble here is Mewtwo wanting to get away with this Ramatra ult, but in some danger. Putter's able to get that sticky nade kill onto Phoenix, and with the front line down, now the Ramatra on the side of Oregon can kind of limit test a little harder, but oversteps their bounds, and Esdef gets that sticky grenade kill in return.
I did love the syncopation coming out from Mewtwo, though. Holding the defense in Nemesis form, just allowing the team to heal, and then when the moment called for it, getting some shots out. Ooh, we're seeing a high noon. The Cassidy Putter. Oh my gosh, and now we're seeing Lucio as well on point. Things are going haywire, Berkeley.
Every support ultimate just got let loose in about the same frame of the game. Esdeath sitting right inside the Kitsune Rush, having some massive fire rate buffs, is able to find 2 quick kills, and Fresno State has evened up this map of Oasis 1-1.
Yeah, Pyukimuku using the Nemesis, or the Ramatra ultimate as a whole, Annihilation, was able to, I think it was used a little prematurely. It wasn't able to find the value they were looking for in holding the point. And honestly, they really needed to use it in a time of desperation when Fresno was looking to push back in. That will be Fresno evening up the map on Oasis, though. Now 1-1 as they fight for the first point in this series.
I think it's crazy how they named Ramatra's ultimate Annihilation, and it's just like the most overtuned thing in all of Overwatch, where you can just W into a team full force and literally just annihilate fight after fight anytime you have it.
And when he pops it, he literally tells you to suffer.
Yeah.
I
He's like, I know you want this nerf, but it's not gonna be for a little bit.
Oh no, it was nerfed, Berkeley.
Yeah, but let's be honest. 20 seconds still feels like an eternity in Overwatch, and already in the first 20 seconds of this game, Flatline, the support on the side of Oregon, finds the first pick. Putter goes straight into the back line trying to find more. Venari's in some trouble, but Putter's damage is peeled off as it seems like Phoenix is able to make his way to the back line in time. Venari does eventually go down, and Oregon gets the objective first.
Yeah, Putter finding a hole-in-one very early, just tapping it in, getting a quick kill on Esdeath, and Fresno State regrouping very early. That's only, 10%. They are running more of a dive composition, so they'll make it back very swiftly, playing on the other side of point. Fresno gonna camp up top, watch the direction that UO Green moves in, and start the attack as Sushime gets a headshot on Flatline.
Sushime with the railgun has just been lights out to start this game, and again, they find that opening pick. Sushime slides into the front line, right into the fray of the battle, just to try and find Fresno some more kills, and they're able to collect and collect again. Make it 2, make it 3 kills, and a lot of that just comes off Sushime's first opening pick, but this team just knows, when there's blood in the water, go for the kill, go for all the kills.
Look at this methodical stagger we're seeing as well, Berkeley. It continues. They're still coming in. I love the stagger coming out from UO Esports Green. They were able to take a solid 20% just by throwing bodies on the point one after another. And since they know that they have the dive composition, they're just going to need to regroup and re-engage. But that's Fresno State knocking at the door, not allowing the Bulldogs any room to bark.
And it seems like Oregon did a really good job stalling out that objective, but then Fresno, after they got those last members that were stalling for Oregon, they knew that there were more kills to be found more towards spawn, and they went for them. Oregon might have got 20% with that stall, but they lost it right back after staggering near their own spawn. Hunter comes into the front line here, has the pulse bomb in hand. Sushime guns them down with the railgun. And now once more, the aggression amped up. Players are out in the road, but they stay safe from the cars, but not safe from the railgun. Sushime continues to go on a tear.
And Sushime not even having to use that overclock, Berkeley. Esdeath, what's going on over there with iTroll? Huh.
Not sure what happened there.
Huh. That is Fresno State, though, with 3 ultimates online. The Ducks also have 3 in the back burner, and it's gonna get popped. The overclock is out. The Primal Rage is out. They are gonna fight for point. Fresno State, a solid 10% up, and this is their fight to lose.
Yeah, they're just gonna give it up here, holding on to their ultimates, maybe stalling a little bit, but not choosing to invest anything and try and buy their way back into this fight. They get up to 75, 76%. They're sitting pretty right now. Oregon takes it back, but they had to spend Primal Rage. They had to spend the Sound Barrier. There's gonna be big ultimates you're going to want back coming down the line. Luckily for them, Fresno only has 2 of their own.
True. Fresno State does have the Dragon Blade online. They're not seeing it used that much, though, without the Kitsune Rush, so it's going to be up to Venari to make that 56 a 100 very fast. Pyukimuku gating one very low, but that's going to be the teleport out from Venari. Oh, we're actually seeing the Dragon Blade pop from Esdeath, and that's going to be an overclock railgun shot straight to the dome. UO will continue to hold this point, and Fresno State has to recollect their thoughts and reconvene in 10 seconds if they want to save this point.
And Fresno lost that fight far too late. They are not going to come back into this point clean. Oregon should have no problem at all just shutting the door here. There's no ultimates on either side. 1 second left to get there, and they're not able to touch as Esdeath gets gunned down on the way to the objective. And Oregon win their first map of NECC history for that program. What a way to start.
Yeah, truly. And the first map of the season coming out, winning the first... I don't want to repeat map again, but winning the first point. Yeah, there we go. Winning the first point. Falling the second, it wasn't very close. Fresno had the second point on lock, but coming back into the third point, they were able to take it. And the Ducks fall ahead. Congrats to them, by the way, for winning their first map of the NECC history and season, if you don't consider activation matches.
Yeah, you can't consider those. Preseason really doesn't count for too much, but preseason, these two teams did play, and it was a very close game. Said this in the pregame, but if you're just joining us, we've had sweeps so far here on the B Stream in Legends Division. This game, just after that very first map of Oasis, looks like it's going to be a much closer bout between these two teams.
Truly. It was very back and forth, and it almost fell down to be a very unfortunate sort of play out in that last map. We saw the Dragon Blade popped, and then shortly after, an overclock shot straight to the dome. There wasn't much of a comeback factor for Fresno in that moment. They had expended all the resources they could and were frankly countered in that moment by the Ducks. So moving on to the next map, the Bulldogs are going to have to rally around and get ready as we head into our next map, which I was about to check on our end, but it is a pick ban now. So we'll be sitting here just, kind of waiting.
Yeah, mixed feelings about the pick ban system. I like it because on the one hand, you don't get to just prepare for everything, because some teams just put way more time into practice and they're kind of gifted that luxury of having players that might be available more or what have you. Now the fixed map pools are just gone by the wayside, so you don't just have a ton of time to prepare for 3 maps every week. Now you just have to be good at Overwatch. You've got to be ready for everything. Maybe have a ban list set if you know your own weaknesses, but as far as strengths, I mean, you just have to be a very well-rounded team this season.
Absolutely, and getting this in from the gods of production themselves, Storm Warrior and Hippie over on the production side this evening. They're going to ban Pariso, and we're going to pick on Kings Row. So we're heading over to London next to see what's going down in the streets.
You want to throw a team off in the spring? Ban Kings Row for Hybrid. Everyone thinks you're going to play it. Everyone scrims it every week, even if you're trying to work on other stuff just because it's a fun map. You want to throw a wrench into a game completely? Just practice Hybrid maps that aren't Kings Row, and then ban it if you lose control, because it's been out for 5 years. You're ready to play Kings Row, but sharpen those skills Hybrid maps, and then see if you can just kind of catch a team off guard, because we've seen Kings Row, I think, 3 games in a row now.
It would not surprise me. It's deemed Scrims Row for a reason.
Yeah.
But you bring up a very good point, Berkeley, and this may be the color commentator coming out in me, but I feel it's very beneficial to play something that's non-meta in a meta, because if you do that, they're not expecting it most of the time. They're like, you're going to pick that, and then you can blindside much easier in a method if you are... what's the word I'm looking for? If you're very skilled at that non-meta pick.
Yeah, and coming into Kings Row, don't let the B-roll fool you. We've been told that by production. Going into Kings Row, we just saw Anchor Tanks played a ton on Oasis. We saw Winston's broken out there on the 3rd point, which I like to see as the compositions got a little bit more mobile. But I think we go right back to Ramatras and Orisis here for Kings Row. Very linear, poke heavy if you want to play something like Hanzo. Sojourn's still so good, but I would expect some stationary tanks to hold it down.
Reinhardt?
Dude, I'm a Ryan player, but let's be honest, he got some good buffs. I still don't know if he's quite strong enough, at least not at the highest levels.
I know. I see, I would agree with you, but I think having that charge reduced from 8 seconds to 7 seconds allows him to be a little more mobile, right? So I'd like to see those Reinhardts get in, do some damage, and get back out, support the rest of the team. And what a better map to do it than Kings Row. And I'm right!
We got our wish. Oh my god, the Ryan player and smiling so much right now. I love it. Legends Division Reinhardts. It seems like we're going to have a Mei and a Sombra in this game, so let's dial back the fun meter a little bit here. But still very happy to see the Reinhardt rushes.
Likewise. And we're actually seeing Sneaky Boy Putter gonna swap over to the Widowmaker. We'll see if Putter's able to get some picks quite early. That's Connor McDonald gonna be in this eyesight. Oh. No, the Fresno State is not buying it. They said, we're playing backup hotel. We're not allowing any of this tomfoolery.
Putter's going for it, though, sticking on the Widowmaker out of spawn, able to find Esdeath right away. They weren't ready for the sniper. That is clear as day. And now they've got to do this without a Maywall as well. Oregon can just push their brawl comp right up. And there's Pyukimuki with the charge, just going for it. We said this on Oasis. When blood is in the water, you crank it up and you go for kills. That's a nice Maywall to keep him at bay. And I don't see any way that Fresno get back on this point.
Oh, they tried, but as you said, Berkeley, it is so tough to fight into a Reinhardt Mei when you're down your Mei and you're just a Reinhardt.
Yeah, that Maywall is everything for this comp, and Putter, at least for now, sticking on the Widowmaker, not afraid to play it here in Streets phase.
Well, that's going to be Esdeath trying to pick a counter pick here with that Hanzo. Maybe getting some picks as well on THL and Flatline if they're able to find the heads.
This is
It's
cheap.
going to be Susha Mei on the Mei. You're absolutely right. Putter looking for a bit of a change here in the backline. This is going to be the 1v1 with THL. Gonna throw the Widow's Bite and go ahead and you daddle on out of there.
Putter wants that angle, though, wants to be able to shoot at the backs of Fresno. Pyukimuku goes for the charge, gets counter-charged and, well, stunned down to the floor. Sushime is able to hit that icicle straight into the cranium of Pyukimuku. This fight's not over, though. Ultimate's being committed. Magician tries to buy back Oregon into this fight with the Blizzard, and it looks like it's pretty successful. Esdeath is trying to hold down the front line on Hanzo, but how long can they last? Flatline's tricky to hit on the Lucio, going for the kills. Flatline's getting fancy out here with the footwork.
Yeah, you can always tell sort of the change between each division, the Champions to Legend, and how efficient they are with dealing damage. Throwing in those melee attacks after every clip and ensuring that extra damage is huge. And you're right. I think the issue here with the Ducks is that they've just been staggered since this first point. They're finally regrouped. They're going to push for a fight here. We're hearing the Kitsune rush. This is their chance, Berkeley.
Oh, both shatters get blocked right there. One by a Maywall, one by a shield. The fight's even for now. Esdeath's Dragon doesn't find anything. A late sound barrier from Flatline completely changes the tempo here. The Ducks can step straight into this fight. Putter gets a kill with the rifle. The Maywall goes up, kind of walling off Pyukimuki, but also walling off Phoenix. Venari's Kitsune Rush trying to bail Fresno out of this fight. They're able to hold down the front line for now with just 2.25 meters left to push it. It doesn't seem like Oregon's gonna get there.
Yeah, Oregon is in a tight spot. They only have 4 left. They're gonna have to back up, or sorry, 3 left. They're gonna have to back up. Well, 3 left now. Putter was in the back line. I was right the first time. But they're going to have to regroup now, and that's going to be Sushime on the Mei with the Blizzard. As soon as Yuo pushes in, they're going to be on the cold end of that stick. Putter also making the swap off of Widowmaker onto the Cassidy, still with the hit scan, now a little bit more of a short range. Maybe finding some more damage. That Blizzard they're going to use aggressively. Ooh, and they're going to get bailed out as well by the protection Suzu.
That was really nice peel to live through that Blizzard. Sushime was trying to be ice cold right there, but it looked like everyone on Oregon planned to stay warm for that one. They were all bundled up, but now, still, the onslaught from these Mei cooldowns. The walls have been great, but just the picks are so hard to find. Now coming up with the Kitsune Rush is Pyukimuku, blocking the Shatter there. Phoenix goes down to the Sticky in the meantime, and now Pyukimuku has a free Shatter to let loose. Has to live through the Dragons here. Putter finds a couple of kills, and now it looks like Oregon is back on the right foot.
Absolutely, and that's going to be it. Yep, you're absolutely right. They did make it back on the right foot. It is a bit tough as a shout out to Pyukimuku to block those shatters when you're in the middle of a Kitsune, right? Your blood is in your eyes. You just want to get in the back line. You want to swing and do damage. Really well thought out shatter from Phoenix, but Pyukimuku just had the reaction time. With that being said, that's going to be 3 ultimates in the economy on the side of green. That's going to be a massive Earth Shatter followed up by a Deadeye, but it's only going to find 1. That's all they need Fresno State stuck on the back burner as the Ducks are trucking through.
I am clueless as to how Putter got that angle. When Putter was playing Widowmaker, we saw them going for those crazy angles, wanting to shoot Fresno in the back. Somehow Putter just got to the back line to pop that noon. That was an insane angle, and comboed with the shatter, like you said, Chase. Insane value, but the payload hasn't really moved much from that first corner of third point. Blizzard having to come out here. Maywall comes up to peel for Fresno. Still in the thick of it this fight, but Esdeath gets that headshot kill with the arrow. Straight out of the bow, and it looks like Fresno might be able to hold it down for now. They're not out of the woods yet. Got to find a couple more, and they do.
In Overwatch 1, I think everyone pretty resoundingly hated Mei, right? It is just she was Satan for the longest time. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a huge Mei Advent enjoyer, but she just brings so much value as kind of a secondary tank almost. These walls are doing so much, and now that's Fresno State with 3 ultimates online. The Dragons are going to get popped, try to separate the rest of the team, and they're going to Kitsune to try to push in, but that's going to be an immediate Earth Shatter, followed up by a Blizzard to send them back to the spawn room, Berkeley.
Oh, that was a beautiful little combo right there. The shatter hit the second. Pyukumuki went for a jump and dropped the shield. And from there, that fight was just dusted. Oregon still luckily captured third point and had a big time bank, but now they've got under 2 minutes to finish off the map.
They have under 2 minutes, but they do have a more bustling economy than what Fresno State has over in California. They just have to save up, get some econ together, get these fights ready, and they can stop them before they touch that last point.
Right now it's a 3 versus 3. One Reinhardt has shatter, one Reinhardt's in spawn. Tsushima goes down. Pyukumuki says, let's get right in there and mix it up, shall we? Charges right in, but no kills to be found just yet.
Trying to get the Lucio and Cord, but Cord gonna back up. And as you said earlier, Berkeley, they are having a tough time rounding this corner. Need to take some drifting lessons. Hopefully get through faster. That's going to be the Deadeye popped from Putter. Will it find any heads? Ooh, narrowly going to miss.
A lot of these ultimates here on third point have been blocked very well. Pyukumuki was looking to deal some serious damage, though. It's a tough corner to round, and he goes right in. Phoenix taken down. Damage from the shatter landed there onto the tank from Fresno. And now they've just got 5 meters left to push this payload toward the finish line. Kitsune Rush comes out in desperation mode for Fresno as they're just trying to claw their way back onto this point. Phoenix is back on the wrecking ball. Venari's there with maybe a cleanse. No, Venari goes down. Already used that protection Suzu, and it seems like Fresno
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the night shift here at NECC. My name is Dividing. I am joined by Sohab Denom, and we are here to bring you the final game of the night in Week 1 of NECC's Overwatch 2 division. We've got a challenger game between Sacramento State Gold and UNO Black. That is going to be an interesting one, Sohab Denom, because these are two, as far as I can tell, brand new teams to the NECC.
Yeah, I do believe we might have had a Sacramento team in the prior splits, but it's hard to tell, given especially how large the Sacramento team is. But neither of these teams, at least we've seen them before, so they are all new. And I'm very excited to see what both of these teams, because both of these teams have a lot of different aspects that they're bringing. Sacramento has basically a 2-team roster, so they have a full scrim squad in addition to what they need to do. And on the other side, Nebraska seems like a very tighter knit, 6 that has now kind of saved 5, including a graduate student with a couple of fresh faces. So lots of interesting players on both of these teams.
Yeah, it is going to be fascinating. It is interesting because, of course, our game of the day was a champions level game where we do see, it was mentioned a little bit how you can kind of make a lot of stuff work when you're going from legends to champions. Now we go from champions to challengers, another level below. And this is really the kind of the area in SR where it's like, if you are really good at a comp, I mean, the meta doesn't matter that much. If you are really good at a hero and you're really confident on it, that can be enough for you to win a division here in Challengers. So it's going to be really fascinating to see how both these teams have interpreted the Season 3 patch.
Yeah, this is the place of comfort picks and just knowing your mechanics and your team play inside and out. And given that we've got both of these fresh teams, it's in a fresh patch, it's a little too hard to predict. The only thing I can predict is that I'd like to think Sacramento is going to use some of their deeper roster, so there might be one or two substitutions along the way. Maybe a particular a player for something like a Lucio or a sniper or like a medium to long range hit scan player. So really just bringing in all these different talents is going to be very interesting and really going to set the tempo and the kind of style we see in this division, I think.
Yeah, I do think we could still be seeing some of that wrecking ball. I also have been hearing murmurs that Reinhardt is actually really, really good right now. That boost in damage with the fire strike actually ended up being extremely impactful.
That's huge,
so
yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked to see either of these teams try to run a brawl comp, because that's pretty comfortable comp. Just going like, okay, I'm going to run Rhine. We're all going to stay together as much as possible. And we're just going to slam head first into the other team. And it looks like initially that's the kind of composition that UNO is going to go for.
Like you had noted, in this division, it's very easy to kind of just get lost in just ignore the meta and play what works. And what works for a lot of teams is this kind of a comp you see out of UNO Black, this kind of high spam, quick surround comp. And I do think that has a place to work in success here. Given what's on the other side, though, there is a lot of counter damage, and Orisa does have a little bit more self-sustained. So we'll see when these, as they meet in the middle, what really happens. Because it's going to come down just to who gets the most damage out faster.
Well, what you don't have as the Orisa is the big rectangle. Cobra is going to be providing a lot of shielding, a lot of protection for the rest of the squad, and that's why, even though Ram Rancher is going to go down, Dorioni going down first before Cobra is absolutely massive. That Reinhardt actually doing a ton of work right now, already 75% of the way to an Earth Shatter, as UNO Black is going to take first point control here as they chase out the remaining members of Sacramento State.
And the one thing that UNO Black does have on their favor is they do have a lot more burst damage down. It's very easy for the Junkrat or the Soldier to both kind of start wearing down and then just close the gap with the Reinhardt and the Lucio, or just kind of work in their favor. And with Shatter now online, there is still plenty to kind of throw their way as they enter here. Sacramento doesn't have much. They don't have a lot going for them, but they have a chance to stop them.
Yeah, absolutely here. As here's the Shatter down from Cobra. It is going to find the support line of Sacramento State. However, there is not enough follow-up in order to order to get it. And actually, UNO Black got pushed off the point and it got flipped back over to Sacramento State. So even though it is going to prompt ult out of UNO Black and they are going to take the point back, this is going to be about 15% that UNO are not going to be able to get right now. We could be looking at 50% to 0. Instead, it's 35 to 14.
And all things considered, that still doesn't sound like a lot, but it is, you know, almost a fight's worth. So does give UNO Black a little bit of push in the room as they do have both supports ultimates up. But there is a Kitsune rush on the other side in addition to those DPS ultimates. So UNO Black is playing a little behind here. They're just going to play aggressive though.
Yeah, but Ram Rancher, that Junkrat spam damage is so potent no matter where you are. Flaming Sushi trying to put in the work with the overclock, and ONG is actually going to be the one to put the death blow into UNO Black, as a 2K Death Blossom is going to propel Sacramento State into their first real map win of the series.
And it did cost a little bit. You committed pretty much everything into it, but the ultimates from Orisa, the Terra Surge, not that great. There's nothing real to really throw up with it. So going to be a little bit of a struggle to really hold. It's going to come down to a lot of their play because UNO Black just has Sound Barrier and a few more tools on their side, and they have Ram Rancher.
Yeah, Ram Rancher has been doing a ton of good damage here, has been hitting those packs consistently, and it has been doing work here as UNO Black now have the go button. Tanner and Zorioni do not have much longer to live, and it is going to be UNO Black swapping back over 70% on the clock and counting. This is probably last fight territory here for Sacramento State.
It is, and it's looking to fall into UNO Black's hands. Also, there is just 3 ultimates up, including Visor plus Sound Barrier and Shatter. Any combination of that is strong. There's not really an answer for Sacramento State. There is still the Terra Surge, but I don't think it's going to be enough. UNO Black just has more tools available.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. However, if you're going to do it, it should start now. But as Zorioni was using the ultimate, Shinji got around to the back. That is a 3K tactical visor. Just throwing the rip tire for good measure. Why not? Looking for anyone to use it on, but they're all back in spawn. UNO Black with a strong start, 149 on Nepal Village.
The rip tire there just being more of a celebratory explosion for Shinji's play of the game. So congratulations, Shinji, on that play of the game down the line. I kid, it's too early to tell, but that was a very, very strong showing from UNO Black. A lot of high burst damage and just being able to move into position very quickly once they knew they had the advantage of the 4v5 was just very good play. They were able to set Ram Rancher up into positions and angles to kind of get that spam damage in, throw mines, and kind of get that value out there. And Sacramento Shield, like you said, there was no rectangle in the way. There was just nothing really to do to eat that except for the javelin spin. So just kind of giving UNO Black a little bit of a compositional advantage here. And speaking of that, they are going to swap over to the Cassidy. I don't know that is going to provide much of an advantage, but it does give a little bit more burst appeal in some ways.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit more of that mid-range damage. Maybe you can get some shots on the Ram Rancher without getting too in range of those grenades. And actually, it's going to be Canner who gets a nice little kill over there onto Shinji. Taking that Solar 76 out of the fight is going to give Sacramento State a lot more room to work. You don't have to worry about a lot of damage there. And yeah, it's going to be Sacramento State taking first point control, but UNO doesn't want to give up this fight just yet. Cobra, under so much pressure though, has to go back to his supports to try and make something out of this, and Cobra goes down. Without that Reinhardt, there's just no way the UNO Black is going to be able to sustain this fight. Good start here for Sacramento State on Shrine in order to take first point control.
And they'll be rewarded with most of their ultimates on board, Shinji having moved over to the Symmetra. Symmetra's in a weird spot right now. I don't know if this sticks, but it is going to make this more of a hyper rush, a bit more aggressive. So that is going to be important. If they can move onto the back lines for Sacramento State, they'll be in a good spot because there's nothing really to stop them. They will get Kitsune rush, but that doesn't really mean too much if they're into the back line already.
Interesting teleporter play from Shinji, who swapped over onto the Symmetra, tries to Cobra in position for a Shatter. It lands, but it doesn't hit Dustier Corn, so the beat comes out to counter it. Now both teams using their Kitsune Rush, but Ram Rancher says, I do not care. If you're shooting faster, I'm shooting better. And that is going to be a quick sweep through from UNO to take point control right back.
that flank might have looked a little wide, but it did what it wanted to do, which is just enable the more mobile team to be a little bit more mobile and get a little surrounded. So by the time they really figured out where Cobra and Shinji were coming from, Ram Rancher was already on a bit of a smaller flank to put the damage in. They'll have 3 ultimates, including 2 defensives. So there's not a lot that's going to really get in their way here. UNO Black looks primed to hold this going into this next fight.
Notably, Flaming Sushi has swapped onto a Junkrat of his own, has decided the only way to counter the Junkrat is with a Junkrat, but the one Junkrat doesn't have a Rip Tire, and Ram Rancher does. A 2K is going to send the remaining members of Sacramento State. Actually, scratch that. There are no remaining members of Sacramento State. They're all in spawn.
They will have a nice respawn quickly and a regroup going into that. So, quick fight, quick respawn is fine. There's still 2 defensive ultimates for UNO Black, though. There's nothing really, like, you might throw 1 to stop out. Wall will put a lot of work in here. So, I mean, Sacramento Gold needs to draw those out before they can take the advantage here. Because UNO Black will just continue to hold.
That is an early Photon Barrier from Shinji, providing a ton of protection to UNO Black, and Ram Rancher is going to once again get the kill on the opposing number. Flaming Sushi has just not been able to get into a position to be effective with this Junkrat, and Ram Rancher is still running wild right now. UNO Black, they looked a little bit shaky at the start of Shrine, but they have held strong for 80% plus and are looking to make this a 2-0 map 1 here with 1 more fight.
And, I mean, ult economy is basically in their favor. They'll have 4 of the ultimates as this starts to happen. And Sacramento Gold can't even engage. They're going to press early here, Dividing.
Yeah, the beat used so early on. Cobra has the shatter available. I don't even know if it's going to be necessary. You're going to throw it down for good measure. Once again, though, Dustier Corn manages to evade it and use the beat. It's going to be too little too late, though. As much as I want to give props to the Lucio, everyone else on the team was dead by that point. It is going to be University of Nebraska Omaha who take map 1. Fairly strong. This brawl composition is looking fearsome.
You were wondering if Ram Rancher did take play of the game. Well, I thought I predicted it, but oh well. Yeah, you were wondering if Reinhardt is strong here, Dividing, and I think we've got a pretty solid looking answer in yes. I mean, not just the Reinhardt himself, but also the pieces that were really put with this. This was a very high burst, high damage comp that was able to not only move around very effectively, but also able to set up smaller crossfires and surround very quickly. And the comp that we saw out of Sacramento just didn't quite have the sustain to deal with it, didn't really have much to counter it, and by the time, you know, a pick was had, they found themselves on the end of 4v5s pretty effectively. I think if they're going to fight this, they just kind of need to pull way back. Let's just pull it way back. Let's not engage the Reinhardt. Let's play away from the Lucio and the Kiriko and all this spam. I know it's hard because he's just going to fire out, but I think you just need to kind of just put more space between you and the rest of that team because that is a dangerous death ball.
Yeah. It really is. You got really 2 options right now. It's what you said, which is to play slow and play back to try and limit the amount of damage Junkrat can do. And the second is to just try and match their aggression and try and be as fast as them. Because as of right now, you're kind of doing neither. If you're Sacramento State, you're kind of hanging around in choke points. You're just kind of taking this spam damage from Ram Rancher and Shinji, and it's just not working out. You got to decide, are you going to play faster or are you going to play slow? I think their map pick is probably going to say which one they're going to try and lean towards, because this composition at least is not going to work out. I think the play style that comes with that Reinhardt, that comes with that brawl comp, it seems like UNO Black is very comfortable with that.
If I were a betting man, and typically I am, but if I were a betting man, I could tell you we're not going to Kings Row because that is absolutely where you do not want to see that brawl comp. It is just typically the home of that. So I would say we're not going to Kings Row. If I had to guess, we're going to play something that's going to be a little more vertical. Paraiso's still not a bad vertical kind of a comp for a map. You can kind of force that out of. But I do think I agree with you. Like, the other option is just you have to find a way to break that death ball or match them at their own game. And given what we've seen, we saw the adaptions to the Junkrat. We didn't quite see the Reinhardt come out on its own. But I would be a little hesitant to say that matching is going to be as successful at this Challengers level right now, especially given how UNO has played that initial brawl comp.
So we did just get the map pick in from Sacramento State. We are going to Midtown. So this composition, I don't know. It doesn't seem... Midtown doesn't strike me as a particularly vertical map. I mean, you do have that tunnel on point B, and you've got some high ground on there that you can take advantage of. For me, it seems like the better way to try and match a brawl comp of UNO Black is to go a brawl comp of your own. Am I misreading that? Is there something I'm missing there when it comes to Midtown?
No. I don't think. I think the one thing that might work out is in their favor of that is kind of alluding to what I said before. This is a long map. When you really think about it, there are a lot of open sight lines. So if you want to sit back and play a Sigma or a Matra, this would be a good choice. If you can just kind of pelt the Rhine with enough damage that they can't keep the shield up and they can't hold the space, that is an option. I'm kind of inclined to agree with you. Like, this doesn't really stop UNO Black from running the Reinhardt, but it does enable you to play maybe a little bit more passively, or to even take a dive in a different way, because you do then have multiple angles that you can kind of get out and get on the backline. But even at that point, who are you diving? You're not jumping on a Junkrat. You're not jumping on Soldier. So that's kind of a tough choice. This leads more questions, but I have to trust in Sacramento here. They obviously knew this was their pick for some reason, and I have to trust that they made this with a good decision.
Yeah, I imagine they probably have something up their sleeves when it comes to that. Of course, Midtown was one of the maps that came in with Overwatch 2, so it's one of the newer maps to the game. As such, there hasn't quite been a meta kind of locked down on this map, as you might see on an Eichenwald or on a King's Row.
Yeah, there's still a lot of question marks. You can get away with a lot of sightlines. Sojourn was popular, whether that was because there was sightlines and so much space you can play from, probably not necessarily the only case. But given that you have these long lines, you can still brawl. Dive isn't as strong, but there is a lot of high ground to contest on that B point. Like you said, like the tunnel does become very important to control that. And even on C, there are some high grounds and angles you want to control. So the options are there. It's just going to come down to what style does Sacramento think is going to work, because UNO was pretty dominant. They have their comp locked down, and it is your job to answer it.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we saw in the last game we saw, right? We had one team that kind of knew what comp they wanted to play. They were more decisive with their decisions, and then it kind of came down to the other team to try and figure out a way to respond. And in that case, Niner Esports were not quite able to figure out how to respond in time. We'll see if Sacramento State are able to respond in time for their point. But it's interesting to see how, when we are in different divisions, there are parallels in how these teams, or how these matches and how these storylines kind of unfold.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that, as I'm looking over these roster sheets, again, we kind of looked over. We didn't really get the chance to look down these players, but Sacramento has a full 10. So
yeah,
I'm wondering if this is something that maybe we'll see some substitutions go in with this, because that didn't quite pan out how you wanted it to do. And you have some older players. This is a relatively fresh squad, but if I had to guess, no, it looks like there are no swaps coming in. No, Dustier, I think is... No, okay. There are some changes here. And the Pharmacy is a good look. The Pharmacy is an interesting look. It does pull your attention, and it does really force a lot of resources from UNO Black, because UNO Black now doesn't have an answer to it. The Soldier is there, but that's so much responsibility without a lot of help for Shinji. They'll take the long way around, but they still have to buy and find a lot of space to get an isolation and some value there.
Yeah, this is going to be tough for UNO to play into, and Flaming Sushi immediately making their presence known on this point. Gets taken down by Shinji, but not before the damage has already been done here. That is a team kill for UNO Black, and Sacramento State looks strong early.
Yeah, that was essentially a no loss for them. Like, the res came out, but that basically was a full win, a full hold. And Flaming is already halfway to a barrage, which can find a lot of value in a grouped up team. So swaps coming in, UNO Black will look to Cobra to kind of bring out Wrecking Ball. And sure, I don't hate it. I really want to see what Cobra can do before I make any judgments in this set. This looks like a comfortable comp for Sacramento. They look very good in their target choosing here.
Yeah, looking very good to start off, but can they keep it going with the adjustments coming through from UNO Black? Only time will tell us. Flaming Sushi playing very smartly around the fire truck, trying to stay out of the sight lines of Shinji and Ram Rancher. Is going to take down one, goes after him, Trekker, and that is going to be a second kill for the Bar, running rampant on Midtown right now. There's a third. There is absolutely no answer from UNO Black right now for this Bar. Already has a barrage online.
Yeah. I mean, there's a barrage online. There's both support ultimates online. Not that you necessarily need them, but you have them. And to UNO Black's credit, they are building their own. There is a Kitsune rush. You still don't necessarily have anybody you're going to run down, though. So Sacramento is looking good to continue to hold simply on the ult economy alone. They just have too many answers, and they also have Flaming Sushi.
Yeah, Flaming Sushi simply has not died, has been pretty much unkillable for the side of UNO Black, has been playing very well around the subway and around the fire truck in order to avoid the sightline of the double hit scan comp that UNO Black are running. Like, they do have the tools theoretically to be able to take out this from Mercy. They just haven't been able to get into a good enough position to do that, and look at UNO Black. All the confidence they had on Nepal has pretty much gone away. The tactical advisor might be the best chance for Shinji, but oversteps the boundaries of the Soldier 76, goes down. Sacramento State are untouched going into the last minute of this defense if UNO Black can't figure something out.
So a couple more transitions come through, but they just kind of put themselves a little bit further behind on UNO Black, and they are still trying to take this space and pull the attention, but right now it is Flaming Sushi just commanding control of this. Has mines, but there's not really any use. There's a lot of ultimates. It's probably just going to come down to getting Flaming Sushi out of the sky, but there are so many ultimates on the side of Sacramento that they may not get through all them all for UNO Black.
The Valkyrie, the amplification matrix, but it's going to start out with the overclock from ONG. Is under a bit of pressure early from the minefield, but is still going to be able to take down Ram Rancher. And even though Flaming Sushi goes down, the Rez is going to be able to pick that back up. Shinji getting a little bit of work done, though, with the Ash, doing a lot of work with the Dynamites, with the kills from the Vipers. Anyone going to be able to do anything about Shinji has a nice little off angle here, and no one is looking at this Ash. Gets everyone with remaining member with the Dynamite. The Terra Surge is too little too late. UNO Black finally find the answer in the form of Shinji's Ash, and that is going to allow UNO Black to take point A and continue this attack.
I'm not quite sure what I feel like. Maybe Sacramento just kind of pushed it all at the same time, just threw everything all at once and assumed that we'd be able to hold if we sent everything at once. They just kind of got overwhelmed, and throwing all their tools in first kind of put them behind. So going into this defense, there is another barrage online. But UNO Black, now with this rolling, Bob's almost online. They do have the High Noon still. There's just some hit scan tools to be had here, and they should be able to get this once they get around the corner and have the sightlines available.
Flaming Sushi and Canner have to be so careful right now, because that High Noon can take him out of the sky whenever, but the barrage comes out first. Flaming Sushi says, careful, I don't know careful. I'm going to go right into that Cassidy's face and use my barrage right on him. That's exactly what happened. Sacramento State reestablishing their positions, reestablishing their aggression, and forcing UNO back to spawn.
That's basically been it, really. Once they're playing aggressively and they're enabling Flaming Sushi to really take these angles, again, just coming up like that, once they have put the resources into Flaming Sushi, they look very good. UNO Black, again, has the tools. They have several ultimates up. They have Bob even. Like, that's just a pretty easy throw out there to pull some attention. They can't even get into position to use them, they're dividing. They really just don't have the space.
Yeah. Bob, though, is going to try and buy Sacramento State, or sorry, UNO Black a little bit of time, and that is going to be what they needed. A little bit of time, a little bit of space. Shinji and Cobra get to work. And finally, UNO Black are going to be able to get a little bit of progress here on point B. That being said, 50 seconds on the clock. They do not have much room for error.
No, they do not. And I think if you are UNO Black, you need to continue to put those resources into Shinji. Allow Cobra to make the space, use those mines, just throw everything into helping Shinji keep Bob moving, because that has been key to this. Especially with the ultimates on the opposite side, it's too important.
Yeah, Cobra, though, in the back with the minefield, takes down ONG and puts so much pressure on to on the Dustier Corn, who goes down. Shinji is now set up on this high ground and is doing work.
Yep.
And
That's
that
it.
looks like, yeah, that's going to be point B. UNO Black, once again, they're pushed to the limit as far as their time bank goes, but they're on to the final part of Midtown, where Farah is at her weakest.
Yeah, and that's already good for them. Shinji, again, just showing up. But that's what you needed. You needed Cobra to go in and make some space and to be able to allow Shinji the freedom to just kind of shoot uncontested. And as long as they can continue to do that, they'll be successful here. They'll have full support, ultimates up. They don't really work together, but they are something. It's just a lot to overcome and a lot to ask versus the 4 on the side of Sacramento State, including Flaming's barrage already at.
Flaming wants to use it right now, you can tell, but tagged with the sticky grenade is going to force the Farah to play a little bit respectively. Not anymore, has just cleaned up the full back line of UNO Black, and that is all Sacramento State really needed. ONG also used the overclock, but hey, at the end of the day, that is a fight win with 45 seconds to go.
Yeah, and that's kind of where UNO Black needs to really push themselves. They really need to set Shinji on keeping Flaming Sushi in check, and they'll be able to do that hopefully a little bit better. UNO will have Bob going into this and including to a couple other things, so I expect this Bob to pretty much be fine uncontested. There's not really anything for Sacramento Gold. Terra Surge isn't much, and the Amp Matrix can't really interact with it, so let's see what Bob does.
Once again, the Bob comes out for Shinji. It has been a big ultimate for UNO in the past. Can they get that space again? The minefield comes out from Cobra. Going to do a great job of spacing Sacramento State out. And Zorioni just backs up into one of those mines and goes down. That's going to allow Ram Rancher the ability to start popping off on this Cassidy. And once again, UNO Black forced down into overtime, but they have all the momentum.
They do. They have the momentum and the ult. The boxes are with them, and that'll give them pretty much everything going into this dividing. I don't know that they're going to get stopped.
The Kitsune Rush is used. Ram Rancher has the High Noon ready, but gets javelined by Zorioni. Okay, there's a fight here for Sacramento State. They might be able to get themselves back into this. Of course, Zorioni is a very sustainable tank, very difficult to take down, and maybe impossible to take down at this point for Sacramento State. Just all Zorioni in the kill feed. As Sacramento State, they are going to slam the doors on Midtown here. You are not going to finish the entire thing. No one wins 3 overtime fights in a row against Sacramento State, as UNO Black gets stopped right before the finish line.
You're not wrong, Dividing. I've never seen it happen. Never have I ever seen anybody do that in between these two teams. But I will say I have seen Canner be the kind of quiet carry in this case. The Mercy that we've kind of been overlooking in some ways. She did take a bit of a hit in a lot of different ways, but Canner has been showing that there's still a lot of value to be had between Res, between Bluebeam. The Pharmacy has just gotten so much raw value, but then even there at the end, just knowing where did they need to put those resources was just very, very heads-up play from Sacramento State Gold. So these comp changes and these player changes have worked out in their favor. Now they just have to complete the run and push themselves back because they are in a position to close this out. UNO Black, on the other hand, is going to look and try to, I guess they're going to bring in some more air control. The Torbjorn turret, I do agree, is probably a really good take. I'm still team, and I do like Ash Reborn. She's moving over to try to match the Mercy and put more resources into Shinji. I do think this is a great response to what Sacramento Gold has put out there.
Yeah.
I think it's going to come down to this kinds of Shinji versus Flaming Sushi battle. So who can ever build these kinds of ultimates up first, who can get the more resources and the team support, are really going to dictate these battles going into this attack.
And will Zorioni actually end up running out here with this Ramantra? It appears they will. So Sacramento State are going to be trying to use that tempo tank. Of course, Zorioni is going to be quite survivable when he switches into that Nemesis mode, and there's Flaming Sushi, who immediately finds out that, oh, there's a Torbjorn turret that's going to be looking at me all the time, and uh-oh, Zorioni takes a little bit too much damage all at once. Him and ONG both go down, and Sacramento State are going to have to go back and rethink their strategy here.
You just can't play into that. That's too many resources put in against the Farah, and that is the correct read. So with that in mind, they'll take a little bit of a loss in the ult economy just to try to trade up the fact that they'll take the Ashe battle. And again, the turret's the first to fall, but that's not really anything that's stopping either of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. As the fight takes place underneath the subway at the moment, Shinji is doing a really nice job, once again, playing around that fire truck just to try and keep out of the sight line of the opposing GPS. You gotta keep an eye on ONG and Flaming Sushi right now if you're Shinji. Could both take you down from long range. Could take anyone down from a long range from that case, as we do get some nice little flanks coming through from Sacramento State, trying to close the distance, and it seems like they will successfully do so, at least at the moment. The Nano Boost is up. It's on to Flaming Sushi. They have a lot of faith in the Ash to get some picks with the boost, but hasn't been able to take down Ram Rancher yet. The Mercy Pocket from Ash Reborn has been so fantastic, and that gives Ram Rancher enough time to unleash the Molten Core, and Sacramento State are pushed back again.
Yeah, they'll be pushed back again, and Black will continue to have their advantages here. They'll have both support ultimates up. Yeah, I mean,
that's the new Mercy passive in full effect right there.
Yeah,
Ash Reborn getting 50% more healing on a low HP target saved Ram Rancher there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's going to reward them for it, because that also builds up Valkyrie faster. Now they have 4 ultimates going into this and are in such a good position just from the ult economy alone. There's nothing to respond. Canner will have Sound Barrier, but it can't protect everything.
Terra Surge out from Cobra, but Canner is able to get away just in time. Unfortunately, though, not enough time for Zorioni to get away. With losing your tank that early, it's going to be a quick reset for Sacramento State.
It has to be quick. They only have 1, maybe 2 pushes back, and they still don't have quite all the ult for Sacramento to really do this. So Black has, again, they have the ult economy in their favor. They just need to pull out the Sound Barrier to continue this and move themselves up low.
Nice little javelin spin to block the dynamite on the sleeping target, as both teams go in with 3 ults apiece. The Bob goes in from Flaming Sushi, but Flaming Sushi proper goes down, as Ash Reborn is going to be able to get in and get the res onto Shinji, and there is the second Bob. Cobra as well is nanoed up. So much firepower on the side of UNO, and ONG uses the overclock, cannot get anything out of it. Zorioni now trying to get something with this nano boost, and yes, the nano boosted Terra Surge is going to be good on the Shinji and Ram Rancher. The combination might be just enough for Sacramento State to take point A here, and it looks like indeed it will. That was a 5 ult fight, though.
Yeah, that was a 5 ult plus more, because I think we almost built pretty much everything else. Everybody had to commit everything for that, and it just came down to who used it last. Shinji getting the late Bob almost paid off, but Zorioni just came in, hit Terra Surge, found value. There's nothing to stop it. And even if it's not the strongest, sometimes it just comes down to using it last. But we're back in the neutral. Ram Rancher will be the closest to anything, and that is enough to draw some space and create some chaos. So Black can put their foot down and draw out some time here.
Yeah, absolutely. They're set up on these high grounds, and that's going to be tough for the Sacramento State team to counter. They're going to be playing up into this bridge for the time being. And also Ram Rancher is getting very close to that Molten Core that can just rain down. Well, he'll get it next fight, I guess. Cobra is going to be forced to drop down and use a Terra Surge, which does find Canner. That is going to allow enough room for Ash Reborn to come in and get the res. So, what I said, now back on the table. Molten Core here, Bob here, Zorioni not here. Back in spawn, and that's going to be Sacramento State force it backwards yet again.
And they'll have a good hold onto it, but they still don't have quite the tools here for Sacramento State. The Nano plus Bob is a decent play. There is just a few answers on the other side, so avoiding most of that Molten Core is going to be the problem for Sacramento State. Getting Bob nanoed into a good position is going to be the key for success. They need to make this happen. There's 1 fight left if they don't. Oh, great shot.
And a nice shot from Flaming Sushi. Takes down Shinji, gets the res out early. Molten Core comes out, a nice little spread onto the corner. It's actually just kind of going to force a soft reset here from Sacramento State as they wait for that lava to dissipate. And off it goes. So the fight continues here. Shinji slept, and it's actually Ram Rancher who goes down first. ONG ready to go in hard with this overclock. As I said on Trekker, It's not going to take him down just yet, though. Instead, it's going to be Ash Reborn picked out of the air. Sacramento State do have the tools, it seems, necessary to at least push under this bridge. However, with 30 seconds left on the clock, I think there is enough time for a recontest from UNF.
There is probably one more shot, and there's a Junkrat now in play, so Nano Rat might be the problem, but there is both support ultimates, so I mean a Nano Orisa with a Terra Surge is a lot of damage, whatever they need to do. Sacramento State has the tools, they just need to put it all together to complete B.
Oh, it's going to be Cobra, actually, who gets nanoed up, is doing a lot of work, but the beat from Canner is going to keep everyone alive from now. It's actually Zorioni, who is also nanoed. Two dueling nanoed Orisas on the point, and Zorioni is going to win that duel. That's going to be all you need for Sacramento State. They do take point B, even though a couple of picks go in for UNO Black. At this point, it's going to be just about taking as much time off the clock as possible. You have a minute 15 seconds to go, 88 meters. By no means is this a guaranteed win for Sacramento State.
No, especially considering how much they committed in the last fight. They need Flaming Sushi to get Bob here as a win con. That's kind of their only thing up, because look at how quickly UNO Black built everything else. They almost have a tire. They already have a Terror Surge. Shinji actually gave up a Pulse Bomb. That was all. I kind of almost wish they had saved that because they had the tools there. So Sacramento State really needs to put their resources into Sushi here to get this Bob and help lead them to success.
Oh, Sushi burning, Sushi low, gets the healing back up from Dustier Corn, so gonna get back into this one, but there's so many low health bars on Sacramento State. Can Viana keep up with all of these low health bars? Can you keep up with the Riptire coming through from Ram Rancher? And Zorioni is down, the main tank, the leader of the fight. 20 seconds to go. Sacramento State have to rush to get on this card at this point.
At this point, it's going to cost them Bob, and if they commit Bob this early, it's basically almost a fight lost. They need that tool to really go to the success. Instead, they may spend it to stay alive dividing.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Bob is committed, but even if you didn't need it, Zorioni is going to be able to get there and is nanoed up. There is so much power right now, and Cobra cannot stand up to it. This is going to be a fight win for Sacramento State, but there is going to be one more fight win they need to hit before they can hit that golden box of victory. UNO Black are wisely trying to stay away. They actually catch Ram Rancher. Uh-oh. This is now a final fight. They're going to have to take 4v5. Bob is going to actually get slept. Can't actually contest the point in time. And now all the picks are coming in for Sacramento State. Cobra gets 2. Is that it?
That's it.
It is UNO Black who forces them off with the Terra Surge. And it's just enough to wick away overtime. UNO Black, I thought for sure that map was slipping away from them, but they managed to grasp victory from the jaws of defeat.
It was a tough fight for Sacramento State to really get that far, and a shame they fell so close. But again, having to commit so many of those resources, so many of those important win conditions just early, really just kind of pushed them back at the end. Committing Bob early and having to kind of commit that in, having to give their Terra Surge, their Sound Barrier, so many of those resources that needed to get saved into the last fight just had to go. So unfortunately, it was just a small snowball that eventually compounded, then gave UNO the ults to kind of hold it back. They had 4 at the end. There was nothing they could do to stop that. It just kind of snowballed out of their play, unfortunately.
They just did not quite have the economy or the stamina to be able to hold on to those overtime fights. One fight they could have won, 2 fights in a row, not quite enough. So we are getting ready to take a quick break, but what do you want to see Sacramento State change going into map 3 with the match on the line?
I kind of just want them to tighten up what they're doing a little bit. They seem to have the plan in play, and I want to see them put a little bit more resources and give Sushi a little bit more control. I want to see them defend and kind of work together in those smaller units that they're trying to do, because they look good. And it would be a shame to see them go out here as we come back from the break on a 3-0.
Well, we'll see if they take your advice. But until then, we are going to go to a short break. When we come back, map 3 with the series on the line. Don't go anywhere. And we are back for what could be the final map of the night. If Sacramento State can't get a win, welcome back. I'm Defending. I'm joined by Soav Denham. And if you're just joining us, we've got a matchup where UNO Black is currently up 2-0 on Sacramento State Gold. Sacramento State are now with their backs against the wall. They've got to win this map 3 or else they will be starting off the season down 0-1.
And I do think that would be a shame because a 3-0 doesn't really show you everything in this map. That first control match did go pretty convincingly the way of UNO. But
yeah,
if you missed it, I mean, Midtown could have gone either way. A couple of small changes, a couple of small moments, and really we would have seen a 1-1. So with that in mind, it's very within Sacramento's grasp to get this and keep us alive. They just need to make those few changes. I do want to see more resources going into Sushi. I also want to see what else their bench has, because some of those bench players that came in from this last round really showed off quite a bit of prowess on their heroes. So I want to see what else this team has, because they have the depth of roster. They clearly have the skill that's there. It's just getting all these pieces of the puzzle finally into place.
I mean, at this point, you may as well just try and put a couple of subs in, see what you can do. When it comes to that kind of deep roster that you have, something I wanted to point out is I do think there is a level of adaptability that UNO have displayed that we haven't quite seen the same out of Sacramento State. Sacramento State came into that first map pretty hot by kind of surprising UNO with the Pharmacy comp, and it worked well for a while, but UNO was able to adjust mid-map to that. You could see how slowly but surely the gears turned, and they figured out first with the Cassidy, then with the Sojourn, then with the Torbjorn, just put little bits of pressure onto the Pharah, make it so that she can't just do whatever she wants. And then once that happened, it seemed like Sacramento State were kind of back to square one, and they could not adjust mid-map in the same way that UNO were able to, at least not quite as effectively.
No, and we also saw that similarly on our control map too. UNO came out in just this very strong brawl comp that Sacramento just never really found the answer for, and by the time they were even starting to get the pieces together to really make those changes, it was already done. So UNO does have that going for them, and I think Sacramento can make those changes, but like you said, it's just been a little slow, so a little bit more, I don't want to call it hustle, but they just need to kind of put those pieces together a little faster.
Yeah.
Be it just, finding another point to kind of put pressure on, or just giving a few more resources to Flaming Sushi to really put the pressure in, can go the distance, because right now they're not a bad team by any means. They're just kind of losing to themselves in some ways.
Of course, Sacramento State have picked Dorado here for map 3. So what does that tell you about the direction that they want to go? It seems like For Mercy is very viable on Dorado, especially points A and B.
I mean, and Canner looked very, very strong on that Mercy. I do like it. I mean, it forces them out of the brawl, so you can't have that Reinhardt. They also just played a bunch of Orisa, so this really does force them into a different position, and it's going to be a question mark of does UNO Black have those pieces in their toolbox, which we'll see that when we get in there. But what I really do wonder is that you can still play the Pharah on Dorado. You can still bring in a lot of these pieces. This seems like a good fit for their comp. So I do think that they may just try to run back what they did on Midtown, just kind of with the added hope that maybe we're putting UNO Black in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big thing that really turned things around for them in the For Mercy comp was the Torbjorn, and I mean, that might work for defense against For Mercy on Dorado. A lot more. Doing all this talk now. This time around, we see Flaming Sushi on the Echo, and there is no Mercy partner.
I mean, that's very interesting. The Kiriko can help out there, but I do wonder if Flaming Sushi is maybe going to stay on this a little bit longer. You have the Diva to kind of pair with you in the sky, but there's not a lot of support, so I'm expecting Flaming Sushi to be very more passive here. Meanwhile, UNO Black, they're Actually, okay. Usually you don't see the Winston with the Mei, but you do need to control the high ground. So you can brawl. This is essentially a brawl comp that just has the flexibility to get to high ground.
Yeah, though Cobra is up by himself right now, just gets melted down. You can't just dive like that by yourself and expect things to go well as a Winston. And that's going to be UNO Black forced back to spawn very quickly here. You just can't do anything without Cobra.
Yeah, this comp is a little funky. It does work if the pieces come together, but it really puts the focus onto Cobra, and the resources then need to move and adjust to that. So they'll give up a little space here, and it's still pretty much in the neutral. Ram Rancher does have almost their Blizzard, but it's not going to go to much because Canner is already onto that too. But Flaming Sushi is in the back now.
That was a beautiful from Flaming Sushi to find Shinji. However, Flaming Sushi was traded out, and Shinji is going to be back into the fight much before they do. So Ash Reborn is going to go in. She's going to be able to get the res onto M Trekker. When Ram Rancher gets back into this fight, the Blizzard is going to be a build.
But there's both support ultimates, so UNO Black is still fighting uphill. That's a Sound Barrier plus Kitsune Rush. They can just get beat out. They'll have Self-Destruct too if they need it. The tools are there for Sacramento to hold.
Oh, but it's actually going to get forced out here by the Nano. Really great target priority by Cobra on to the Lucio. But Shinji goes down. Zorioni does as well, though. There's a lot of trades going back and forth, and in this case, with the spawn advantage, that is going to favor UNO Black as they inch closer and closer to the end of point A.
I'm still kind of curious what value the Kiriko's providing at this point. Like we do have the ultimate up, and we have the 2 for Sacramento Gold, but who are you planning to catch in this Kitsune Rush? Like D.Va will fire faster, you will get more bullet value, but everybody's mobile here, and you can see it. They are going to get pushed back even further to riding.
Yeah, Zorioni, especially with the anti on them, is going to be in a lot of trouble. And actually, the Primal Rage has been committed from Cobra to try and finish off the D.Va mech, but the Mercy Pocket is there, and it's actually going to be Shinji goes down first, right before being able to get the Tactical Visor online, and ONG says, I'm going to be the one who uses the ult here. The Overclock is going to find a couple, and that's going to be the power boost that Sacramento State needed to hold the cards.
It cost them most of their primary tools. Again, Canner holding onto this. They'll have Kitsune Rush. It could be enough to hold on their own and keep this going, but like you said, there's now a Visor, there's now a Blizzard. I mean, it's a setting it's just a gallery now. Set them up, knock them down if they can catch them with the Blizzard. The problem is they need to get onto the high ground and pull them off, so it's just going to come put a lot more work onto Cobra here going into
it's just all going to be about seeing if they can force Sacramento State off of the high ground just by pressuring the cart and getting movement. As of now, okay, here come a couple of drop downs. The Lucio is down, so is, I believe, the Sojourn. The D.Va Bomb is used, but a nice wall from Ram Rancher is going to keep them away. Flaming Sushi takes down Ram Rancher, but the Blizzard is out. A couple members are frozen up by it, but is there enough follow-up to do anything about it? Shinji actually used the Nano Visor there, and as of right now, the momentum is slightly in UNO's favor. That being said, Zorioni is still up and is still doing damage even without the mech. Is going to be standing strong at this final corner for as long as possible here, as well as ONG. That railgun has to be something that UNO Black respects as much as possible. Cobra does have the D.Va Bomb up, is going to use it here as they were just about to lose it. Shinji goes down, Flaming Sushi traded out 3.05 meters away from point B.
I mean, it's what a long, drawn-out fight. There almost needed to be a reset here, and eventually, UNO Black will force that reset to come as they're back in spawn. And, it was a lot invested out of Sacramento State to kind of try to hold this, just to fail, unfortunately. I do like the Reaper swap. That gives the Kiriko a little more value out of this, and you don't need the Echo here necessarily in the high ground. If you were going to run the Echo, this would have been the spot, but I do like that change coming in. We're in the neutral for the most part. Their M Checker does have a Nano, and if they can wait and buy the space and time, they can get Shinji for a Nano Visor. That's enough to keep them rolling and just keep the time bank strong.
Yeah, absolutely. UNO Black have an opportunity here to finish this map with quite a bit of time and put themselves in a really good position on match point. Here comes another Nano Visor from Shinji. Just goes to show how drawn out that last fight was. And all of a sudden, that combo is up yet again. And this time around, Shinji gets into the back, finds 3. The Diva Bomb is looking to get something. We have Zorioni in a 1v1 with Ash Reborn. He's going to win that with the help of Canner. But, I mean, how much support does the Diva have right now? Really not much. The Diva Bomb from Cobra is going to force everyone away.
Wow.
But here comes a Death Blast from Flaming Sushi. Almost gets another. The Blizzard is up. But again, even though people are frozen, there just really isn't any, there's no follow-up from the side of UNO Black.
Sacramento State just kind of managed to get a lot of those ultimates in gear, and they had to commit it all to make the stop, and it was worth it. Now we're kind of back to a little bit of a state. Zorioni going to pick up the Zarya. I don't disagree. There's a lot of spam. There's a lot of damage you can get out, and playing into the Reaper is a strength.
Yeah.
So Sacramento can keep this hold strong with those rails. It's just going to require a lot of resources for ONG just to get into the spot. UNO Black doesn't have much. They'll match on the Zarya as well. So, I mean, Asher Born does have Valkyrie, but it's not going to get much on its own.
Yeah, really interesting to see Cobra go, you know what, sure, I'll go ahead and take the Zarya mirror with you. We'll see, though, Zorioni does have a slight advantage on that Graviton Surge charge. A nice anti-nade onto 2 members of UNO Black by Dustier Corn is going to cause the end of Ram Rancher, but Ash Reborn is able to get in there and get the res, and, well, Ram Rancher goes down for a second time, unfortunately. UNO Black are just kind of caught in this staircase right now, and they're wasting time. They've got 60 seconds on the clock and really nothing to show for it.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate choice of pathing. They were just kind of met at the gates from Sacramento, and it's just so hard because you're not pushing through that, not with the Reaper there, not with all that pressure there. And now they're asked to kind of pull this Herculean task. They do have 4 ultimates up, but there are several on the back. By the time everything plays out, Ash Reborn's Valkyrie is probably going to be the difference maker. They need to make sure they get value out of these ultimates by the time they hit.
Yeah. And both Zaryas are about to have that Gravitic Surge available. That will be potentially the difference maker to see which team has better ability to follow up on that. ONG is in a very awkward angle right now, as you do get nanoed up, but what are you going to be able to do with that? Ash Reborn has the Valkyrie, trying to keep everyone available, and Shinji doing the damage right now with the visor. I'm not sure if it was a nano visor or not, but was able to get a couple before going down. ONG and Flaming Sushi, though, combo for the team wipe, even though there was the Graviton Surge up from Cobra. That actually didn't end up being the difference maker. The difference maker was the DPS ults. ONG and Flaming Sushi close it out for Sacramento State.
Yeah, it was. They managed to give them enough time to build it up there, and UNO Black could have maybe turned that around had they played a little more aggressively, but we'll never truly know that answer. So, going in, like, that wasn't a bad push though. That was still a very, very strong push out of UNO Black, and considering they want to close this out, they would have liked to see that all the way. I do think Sacramento has a chance here to get a hold. We've seen UNO Black put in a different position. We've seen them kind of make these changes. They've tried the Winston. We've seen them kind of expand out of their comfort box in some ways, and they've been pretty okay. Ash Reborn has looked very well on that. The Diva looked very, very good. Cobra seems to have a good mastery of it. So now that we're looking closer to a mirror, it's going to be very interesting to see. And Flaming Sushi just opting to pick up this Pharah again I mean, you can't be too shocked to see the Diva on the other side. Like, you did just see that there. You did see the Zaryas, but you know Cobra has a Diva, so you may not stay on this for long. I do think it's not a bad pick given how Sushi's been playing, but I do think that it's going to be a big ask for Flaming Sushi to come up as big on this attack. Also, Ram Ranger back on the Junkrat.
I was just about to point that out.
Yeah,
Into the Pharah, that's going to put so much pressure onto Shinji to do something about Flaming Sushi.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the correct choice. I think maybe you're expecting it just in case of the Winston comes out here, or to try to pressure the Diva. But I do think it's a choice. It may not stick around, but they can find value in it, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, if they try and stay on the ground, that would be perfect for a Junkrat. That being said, I don't think Sacramento State have any intention of doing that. Zorioni, though, ends up going a little bit too far in, a little bit too fast, gets melted down on the high ground immediately. And that's going to be a Diva out of mech, a Tracer out of life, and a Sacramento State that is clammed up at the start of the map early.
It does work out for them to hold this Junkrat. It does allow to punish Diva really well. And Flaming Sushi's being kept in check so far. Shinji just kind of has free range right now and has the support to keep firing. So all that in mind, they'll get this visor pretty quickly. They'll have a nano to pair with it too. So Black is in a good position for this next fight to continue to hold. I do want to see if maybe Sacramento makes a change. They will give up. They will give up the Pharah. That's the correct call here. You're just kind of out team comp right now for that Pharah.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving over onto the Sojourn's going to be able to put a little bit more direct pressure onto Shinji, who is Mercy damage boosted up and is just doing so much damage. It already has that tactical visor available. Could let it loose whenever, basically. Oh yeah, we do see the Junker Queen switch from Zorioni. That's fascinating because you really don't have any verticality when it comes to Junker Queen. How are you planning to do anything about the high grounds? I guess the answer is nothing. We're gonna stay on the ground, get point push, and force them to come down to us. It's what I assume the plan is from Sacramento State. That being said, they've got to do that first, and now Shinji lets go of the tactical visor, gets one, is looking for a second, Flaming Sushi down. ONG is finally going to get the return kill, but it is too little too late. Sacramento State have to rethink their strategy again.
Yeah, I know they're looking for answers. We can see the kind of panic is setting in, and let's try to find something. The Junker Queen was not it. That was just going to get punished right away, and UNO Black will continue to punish that if that is the case. ONG does have that, and it does have their Pulse Bomb. We will have the Kitsune Rush too. They just need to find a target to put this onto, and
Oh, you didn't kill! Oh, you couldn't finish it! Oh, that is so unfortunate. M-Trekker, I would be upset if I was M-Trekker right now and get a sleep like that. But hey, Flaming Sushi goes down anyways. You've got a 1-for-1 trade. You're sticking yourself in this fight, and Ash Reborn is looking for the res, is going to find the right time to do it. Riptire from Ram Rancher. This has been so good in the past, and taking down Dustier Corn with the Kitsune Rush available is just as good of a pick as any. We are now below a minute left, and Sacramento State have just barely now gotten the point to the bridge, and that's as far as they're gonna get. They're pushed back to spawn again.
Less than 1 minute here. They do have 2 ultimates up, and they will have the Kitsune Rush, and they will have Rails. Diva Bomb coming online too. It's enough. There's not an answer. There's nothing to respond to anything on that except for Ash Reborn's Valkyrie, and that's not going to out-heal all of that. They just need to put it in a place where they can find value and actually engage onto somebody. Because right now, they can't buy the position dividing. There's no space for them.
Yeah, they need to find a way to make space, and this is an interesting rotation from Sacramento State. Maybe a little bit of desperation, but just trying to get onto the high ground and use the Kitsune Rush on it. That's a pretty solid strategy, but Ram Rancher, they've all lined up for the Junkrat. It's going to force the res out early. Flaming Sushi was trapped and taken down before Ram Rancher finally taken out. However, Sacramento State have used every ultimate in the book. They do not have anything trying to stay in this overtime push.
They don't, but they do have people on cart. There's 2 ultimates for UNO Black, including and 2 more incoming. This looks all set to close the door here, dividing. It's pretty much over once these ults come out.
Nano Boost, Riptire, Nano Visor, Shinji goes down, Flaming Sushi goes down. Every ultimate from UNO Black, Sacramento State. Much like in a Midtown, they just did not have the ultimate economy to keep the overtime push going. UNO Black slam the door on a first match victory for Sacramento State and take it for themselves.
It was a very well fought and well played on the side of UNO Black, and that's not to say there wasn't bad. That's not to say Sacramento did not play well, but you could see that Sacramento was just never really knew how to respond to this at various points. We made these swaps to Zarya. We made these swaps to a Junker Queen. these kinds of calls that came in, they really leave me with question marks on my head. It was just it was searching. It was really just searching.
It gave panic, honestly. Yeah. It gave, I'm going to try this and see what happens, basically.
Yeah. And yeah, it's just unfortunate because Sacramento is a good team. You could see the pieces were there, and when they gelled, they looked really good. They were able to put their foot down on Midtown. It just never quite came together, and when the lows came, the lows were unfortunately really what punished them more than the other team.
All right, we are getting ready to sign off for the night, but before we do, I mean, I gotta think the MVP of the match is Ram Rancher. You agree with that?
I was gonna go with Shinji because Shinji put in a lot of work across those maps, but I can absolutely agree with Ram Rancher.
I feel like Ram Rancher's Junkrat was really the defining point of these comps, and like the main thing that Sacramento State had to try and adjust around. That's my thought.
No, I agree with you on that. As much as I will say Shinji put in a lot of work across those hit scan heroes and across those mid-range heroes, yeah, the Junkrat was constantly the problem child, quite literally. Never had an answer, never really had a solution, constantly found first pick value. Yeah, Ram Rancher, you might not like it, but this is what good DPS play looks like.
Yep, especially when it comes to anyone else in this division that might be watching. You better be prepared to take on the Ram Rancher Junkrat. But that is going to have to wait until the weeks beyond this one, as we have made it to the end of the day, the end of week 1 of the NECC Overwatch 2 Spring 2023 season. So, Denom, it has been fantastic to share the booth with you. Do you have any last thoughts before I sign us off?
It's a pleasure to be with you, Dividing, and I will say it's a pleasure to see the incredible talent and skills that all these teams have shown us. The week 1 is definitely showing us there's much more great play ahead, and I can't wait to see it come.
Neither can I, and we will be there to help bring it to you in future weeks. But, of course, I do have to give a shout-out to our production crew, Grism on the prod controls, and then our lobby host, Carolyn. Great job to you guys for staying up with us and putting in the hours. And for everyone who has been watching, thank you so much. And be sure to keep tuning in every Thursday for more NECC Overwatch 2 action. But until then, that's going to be all for us. We'll see you next time.